Hello, hello. What's going on? You just ended your stream, then saw that I was streaming. You would have rated. I didn't realize that you streamed, Leon.
The dangers
Or should I say,
me.
Somek?
The world is full of wonder.
When did you start streaming? Hello there. How's everyone doing? I have done something very interesting for this particular game. I've done a recap episode, which if anyone has not been here since the start of this, hold up. Where's my YouTube? I'm gonna just post it in chat. There's a lot of very angry growling going on in the background. And this thing. If anyone needs a little bit of a recap on exactly what's going on, here you go. Alright. We're probably going to be spending a lot of today just talking to people. I do intend to try and get on with the main quest and find that druid and murder him. Soken. Hello. Oh, it's Boken. Damn it. Okay, these curly letters at the beginning of everyone's name are not helping me figure out how to pronounce them. Boken frowns as he ostentatiously examines the nearest wall, hands in his sleeves. Without turning to you, the old man finally says in a dull voice, "You want some potions?" Can I help in any way? Boken glances at you, suddenly interested. "Well, since you're asking, there's a cave nearby. I used to pick berries in there, but the place was overrun by spiders. The berries are red, look a lot like raspberries. Fangberries, I call them. I'd be really grateful if you gathered a basket of them and brought them back. Just be quick if you do. They spoil quickly. Those spiders in the cave are mean. Here, let me give you some alchemical fire. Crafted it myself. Burn those spiders to a crisp. That'll teach them for taking over my Fangberry cave. I also need a bucket of moon radishes. They're a rare and mysterious plant. I don't know where to find them, but I know that kobolds gather them and value them highly. Potion seller, I require your strongest potions, for I am going into battle. I'm slightly disappointed that's not an option here. Why do you need the fangberries and moon radishes, Boken? You want to know, huh? Well, I'd gladly tell you after you bring me some. Alright, sure, I guess. Show me what you've got. Okay, we actually do need to sell a shit ton of stuff. Oh, fantastic! You can sell to anyone. This makes me very happy after playing Arcanum. I don't know why Arcanum specifically sticks in my mind. I've played other games since then. But the whole not being able to sell to literally any merchant hurts so much in that game. What does offer do? Ah. It really has. So I'm probably going to be doing a recap vid for every single one of these episodes, and I'm hoping to find ways to reduce how much time it actually takes to make those. That one took about 2 hours. That was scripting, recording, editing again, and then rendering. You view Arcanum with rose-tinted shades or whatever the figure of speech is? Yeah, that's accurate. Remind me what you do here, Boken? What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries. I live in the forest to live off the land. Since leaving Restov for these parts, I ended up a merchant here at Oleg and Svetlana's post. They let me in and out of kindness. They let me in out of kindness. Help me with things. They bring me water or firewood when it's cold, and the occasional barrel of honey. They're good people. And Oleg? Greetings! Oleg seems to be in a good mood and greets you warmly. You certainly ruffled some villain's feathers. Well, anyway, new day, new troubles. Have you seen the fog? Never seen anything like it before. The road to Restov looks like someone spilled milk and it just hung in the air. Couldn't see anything through the soup, not even with a torch. Feels like witchcraft to me. I bet the Stag Lord's involved somehow. Rumors say he deals with all kinds of bad magic. 2 hours well spent. Well, I'm glad that you appreciate it. You get why some games restrict certain items and certain vendors, but that's one area where realism is second to quality of life, in your opinion. Yeah. I enjoyed Arcanum, but not being able to sell half of what I had in my inventory when I was over encumbered really freaking sucked. Now, to Arcanum's merit, there is an upgrade to a character that allows you to sell to any merchant. However, the fact that you need to spec your character to sell to any merchant really friggin' sucks. Like, I really wish that they had made the barter skill unrelated to that. Arcanum's got a lot of problems, but it's still a really fun thing to play. Tell me about yourself. Why open a trading post in such a dangerous place? I just dislike the noise, Oleg answers reluctantly. I'm from Restov. Cities are complicated. Lots of people, and each with their place on the shelf. Bow before this one, fear this other. Don't do business with a third, but be sure to be extra nice to the fourth. And villages are a little better. Everyone likes to stick their nose into each other's business. I just want a place where I could be my own master. And so I ended up here. I need to take care of the Stag Lord. Do you know anything that could help me find him? That's quite a task you've set yourself on. The Stag Lord has a fortress somewhere in the area, but only a few chosen from the most trusted of his rabble are ever invited. The location of the fortress is a heavily guarded secret, and with this fog around, I'd imagine it would be even harder to find. That seems to be the point of the fog, to make it impossible to find that. I wonder if the fog has reality-altering effects, or if it's just fog. I realize it's not natural, but, you know, it could just be some strange reality fog as well. There's a concept that I had for a epic level spell back when I played D&D 3.5 called Essence Fog. The whole idea of Essence Fog was that it was a way to block players from going into certain areas that the villain didn't want them to. Once you're in Essence Fog, all of your senses effectively fail, unless you have really high survival checks. And if you stay in it for too long, you eventually start to lose points of charisma. Points of charisma is correct. Until you, at 0, you fade into an Essence Wraith. And then go and hunt other things that enter the Essence Fog. I never ended up getting to use that particular one. Alright, what else can you tell me about the Stag Lord? Not much. Not like I've sat down and shared a cup of wine with the man, you know. But I think he arrived in the Stolen Lands less than a year ago, from what I've heard. But as soon as he got here, he took over everything. I wrote to Restov, tried to warn them that the Stag Lord wasn't some typical gang leader, but they didn't listen. The rumors about him are horrible. He'll kill a person if they so much as disagree with him. He never reveals his face. Those who've seen him up close report the same thing. Ugly scars cover every inch of his skin, not covered by his clothes. The Stag Lord's past is a mystery. He just arrived one day. He was immediately a power to be reckoned with. I guess the most surprising thing about him is that he has as many followers who admire him as he has minions who obey him out of fear. He's got some inner strength in him, or maybe inner madness. There are many who seem to follow him because of that madness, like it's some kind of virtue. That's not all that uncommon. If we look at something like the, what do you call them? The Scarlet Chorus in Tyranny. So how's everyone doing today? Show me your wares, Oleg. Okay, so he's a person to go for. What's this? Is this enhancement +1? Okay, cool. So there is masterwork weaponry. My character doesn't really need masterwork weaponry since they largely fight with their heavy shield. Interesting.
I'll share my path.
All right. Sup, Amira? Or Amiri? We're gonna talk? Amiri utters a wary sigh. All right, spill it. I'm listening. We're just talking. You don't like it? Amiri shrugs several times, perhaps flexing her muscles or just filling in that silence. Dunno, she admits at last. Depends on what we're gonna talk about. If it's about monsters or swords or scars, I approve. That's good. And if you're gonna ask questions like why and what for and how, screw this. Amiri looks you over slowly, head to toe. Or you got even harder ones. She is a barbarian through and through. That's a formidable sword. But it's not just a simple weapon, is it? You bet it's not simple. Check out how big it is. She proudly raises the blade, and you notice that even though Amiri is extremely strong, she still has difficulty wielding such a large sword. This sword belonged to a real blasted frost giant. Killed the beast and took this looker for myself. Fit me perfect. Madame trophy. Amiri's eyes flash with menace as if she's challenging some invisible enemy to try and take away her trophy. Tell me about yourself. This simple question seems to puzzle Amiri. She scratches her head and then starts counting on her fingers. First, I'm a barbarian. I'm strong. I grew up in the realm of the Mammoth Lords. I left my tribe, the Six Bears. Amiri looks thoughtfully at her four bent fingers and shrugs. And I like fights, she concludes, bending her thumb. A realm of megafauna inhabited by humans almost as savage as the prehistoric beasts surrounding them. The realm of the Mammoth Lords is a land in Avistan's far north that is home to myriad nomadic tribes of Kelid barbarians. Interesting. What's it like to be a barbarian in the Six Bears tribe? Our people are big and strong. We can cut a monster in half with one swing. We can walk 3 days and nights with no rest. We can eat a whole fried aurochs. I guess you had to do a lot of training to become as strong as you are. Training? No one freaking trained me. The boys of the Six Bears got the training. All I could do was watch. Amiri's eyes gleam with anger. And you know what? They were still crap even after all that training, because I kicked their butts hard. Animals, bandits, monsters, all thought they were stronger than me. Idiots. Amiri spits at the ground. Because if you start a fight, you think you can win. You think you're stronger than your enemy. Amiri raises her chin proudly. I defeated them all. See all the scars on my face? What does the realm of the Mammoth Lords look like? Huge and freezing. No place for weaklings. Amiri narrows her eyes as if evaluating her ability to survive in her homeland. Tribes hunt aurochs. Aurochs herds to survive. Aurochs are fast, so tribe follows herds for days. Just to not die of hunger. If you're weak, you stay behind and die in the snow. Tribe cannot stop. Hello, Lucius. Also, I think that we've lost everyone again. I don't know what happened. What are you up to, my friend? Also, there are giants and mammoths. Sometimes demons, too. Ah, and the mastodons. And the saber-toothed tigers. Amiri grins. You would survive, I think. For a few days. Why did you leave your tribe? Amiri flushes. Because they were assholes, all of them. Men were cowards and scoundrels, and women were scared like sheep. Amiri rolls her bloodshot eyes in fury. Men there think no girl can be a fighter because they're weak. They're afraid of a woman. They're afraid a woman can beat them. And females just nod. Go sow hides, cook meat, watch kids. That's what they always say. But I'm a warrior, damn it. I won't cook hides and watch meat. Amiri is already shouting her fists, clenched tightly. Also, cook hides and watch meat. That's not what you do with hides or meat. Not been doing much. Went to a nice Subway sandwich today. Went to get a nice Subway sandwich today. Other than that, mainly chilling and gaming. What about me? I have been editing a lot. You should totally take a look at this video that I put together. Look at it. I'll wait. That's a lot of horse neighs. I told them no, or I told them so. I went hunting with the men, and what did I get? Still the same. You are a woman. Stay home. Even gave me a nickname. The soft chieftain, like a warrior woman, was a funny joke. Damn. I even went to hunt those shit-faced frost giants, and there. Amiri suddenly stops, breathing heavily, sweat beading on her forehead. After a moment, Amiri waves her hands awkwardly and forces herself to grin. So I left. Cowards, scoundrels, and sissies they were. That's why. You're quite a good fighter. Amiri jerks her head up. Quite good, huh? Compared to who? If I was a crappy male, I'd fight better, is what you'd say. She glares at you, her eyes narrow. Well, you say I could be better. Like, go get some training, Amiri, right? You're very good in a fight. You're an excellent warrior. I've just given you a compliment, that's all. For several more seconds, Amiri continues to glare at your face with suspicion, then all of a sudden, she mellows. True, I fight good. That's what I do best. Alright. So why did you leave your tribe? And what's the story about the frost giants? I told you already, they were assholes. They treat women like sheep, not fighters. As for giants, I'll tell you later. Someday. Maybe. I appreciate that they keep the starting dialogue fairly tame. Gold coins, rope. Alright. So let's get into this whole quest line thing. Stolen land, bitter rival. Meet with Tartusio in the Stolen Lands. Our daring Lucina Swiftfoot and the insidious sorcerer Tartusio received a special task from Jamandi Eldori, a chance to claim their own barony. But only one of them may prevail. We must seek Tartusio out in the Stolen Lands and find what our rival is busy with. So we have 1, 2 quests, both from the same person, and then we have a main quest right now. Just gonna look around, map out everything. Voiceover nude indeed. I'm not great with barbarians though. Barbarians are hard, and female barbarians are even harder. I don't have a voice for her. Not a real good one.
Adventures are exciting.
Okay. So...
Cute. Is there trouble?
When I leave... Okay, cool. We're just gonna bring everyone. So this is the fog over here. We need to find the Druid who started the fog, supposedly. Oh wow, okay, that extends way farther than I expected. So... path to this location is unknown. Okay, we're gonna go this way. Oh, I see how it works. You get an idea of what the road looks like, and then there's branches on the road as you travel. A jittery old man in squalid clothing shuffles up to you. His gray hair is unkempt, and he continually clenches and unclenches his wrinkled, freckled hands. When he stops and looks up at you, his eyes widen and he tugs at his beard. Strange weather, invisible fog creeping out of the woods. Soars beyond the sky, obscures the sun and moon. Strange. The old man shakes his head, his eyes shifting about seemingly at random. I don't like this old man. Looks like the kind who can cast the evil eye. The evil eye? Invisible fog? Does that mean you know how to find your way through it? The fog is wrong. It hinders your legs, not your sight. I wish not to try. Who are you? The old man freezes for a moment. Remus. But that won't help with the fog. What are you doing here? The old man raises a thick eyebrow curiously. I do nothing. Breathe, walk, observe. The fog looks visible enough to me. I see more than ever. I've never seen so much before. The old man wipes his hand across his face and sighs wearily. But someone must look, and no one else can. Welcome back. Good old Twitter. I don't know who this Remus person is, but he seems like a follower. A potential follower. He's quirky enough for one. I should probably go. The old man stares at you intently. You hasten? You should. Your rival wastes no time. He races, but in another direction. He searches for power. He'll find it. My rival? Do you mean Tartusio? The old man tugs his beard again. He's not tall, but he wants to climb high. Beside him are those who could stand against him, and might yet still. What power is he searching for? Someone else's, old but forever young. That which was taken from another. That which gave joy, and now gives death. Can you tell me where he is now? He's in an old tomb, south of the trading post. Huh. How do you know we're rivals? I don't know. I see. You can choose where you set your eyes, usually. But can you choose what they see? All the reason not to linger. Farewell. The old man turns and walks away slowly, muttering softly. Once stolen, the land should be reclaimed. Once reclaimed, bound the claimer shall be. Bound to the claimer, it shall be. Bound, merged, joined by unbreakable ties. Claiming the land, claiming the pain, claiming its death. That's ominous. That's all very, very ominous.
A sweet smile,
Anything
a gentle
interesting
voice,
happening
and
over on
kind
Twitter?
Words will help me win their hearts. And if that fails, I'll use my sharp nails instead.
Alright. South, he says. Yeah, let's go ahead. Apparently there's spiders and this seems like a low enough level mission that we should be fine. I also want to test out a few things. First of all, crafting. Abilities. How do I craft? Map, spellbook, menu, select all characters, stop turn-based. Oh, there's a turn-based mode we can turn on. Neat. Formations, inspect, camp, journal, character. Reduce person, alchemist fire, lots of alchemist fire. Oh, I didn't sell any of the weapons. Damn it. That's a lot of blue. A young dude.
Who will prevail? Does it matter?
I'm writing you out of our story.
Okay, I wasn't expecting to attack the deer, but
Tear them apart!
sure. Skin, collect.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Oh, I did skin all of. Okay, whatever. Missed out on those. That's fine.
I'll share my path. I don't tolerate threats.
This isn't great. Okay, that's better.
You offend me.
This won't kill me.
No, it will not. +2 bonus to melee attack rolls. -2 penalty to armor class. She also gains 2 temporary hit points per hit die.
Survive. I always survive.
We should probably heal her. Never mind.
Repent.
I really should remember to do bless early on. Ooh, I'm gonna try something very dumb and we're gonna use True Strike.
Low. What a waste.
Nice. Okay, so does she have an injury or something now that she's been knocked out? No, she's just really low health.
Adventures
Gotcha.
calls them.
Well, let's go ahead and heal her.
Friendship lasts forever.
Done with waiting.
You are just an absolute bolt of sunshine, aren't you? Okay. Go ahead and use one of those potions that you've
What
got.
you want?
Yes, I'm still here.
Here I am. See?
All right.
Huh?
What's this? Silver inkwell. A lot of garbage, but sellable garbage. Ah, this is probably the cave.
How cute! Come at me. I dare you.
Become as dust.
Okay, where's Bless? There's Bless. Scroll of Cure. Oh, inflict. Go ahead and rage. Is it just this one spider?
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
It is not just this one spider. Fantastic. One enemy creature within close range.
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
It just says one enemy creature within close range. I don't know exactly what you're expecting of me, Lindsay.
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
You know what? Sure. Oh, okay, they're all dead. Fantastic. We didn't even have to use the Alchemist Fire. They're also completely unlootable. This was a waste of my time. Okay. Potion of Mage Armor. I'm gonna give that to our tank. Because she's already running out of potions right now. Nope. Nope.
They choose to stand against me?
So, one thing that I am trying to figure out is, do we have this per day or per rest? All allies within a 30-foot radius.
Strike worth a legend.
Okay. That 30-foot radius is actually quite large, so I'm less worried about that now. Go ahead and hit that spider.
May I suggest another way to use this spell?
How close do we have to be to days? Like, she's just like,
May
no.
I suggest another way to use this spell?
Huh. You can suggest one, but I don't know what you're asking me to do. Also, these spiders are not nearly as dangerous as their size would indicate. I was kind of expecting something a lot worse. They're not even poisonous, I don't think. Which is... Oh. Monitor lizard venom. Effect 1d2 dexterity damage, cure 1 save. The DC is constitution based. She'll be fine then. Probably. He less so. Some small enemies, such as rats, spiders, or mandragoras, can gather into swarms and act as a single entity. Such enemies, excuse me, such enemies can be extremely dangerous. They cannot be defeated with simple weapons. However, they are vulnerable to acid and alchemical fires, spells with area of effects, or spells that require an attack roll, such as acid splash. As a last resort, you can also try to use torches.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Seems to work. Glad that we were given that. Also, heal her, please. Go ahead and drink that. That'll give her a little bit more AC for a while, hopefully. One enemy within 0 feet. The hell is the point of this?
I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is blind. They go down.
Patience.
Anything is possible. No time for idling.
Sorry, was lost in thought.
That didn't seem to do anything to him.
And Lindsay was called forth.
It can't roll a 0 or anything, right?
I'll share my... I don't tolerate threats.
How long does that mage armor last? 59 minutes? Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, so that should give her enough AC to not have to worry as much. We are going to be using these alchemist fires. Really? Come on.
Lost.
Do we have any spells with AoEs? I don't think so, so it's just the alchemist fires. Ooh. Okay, that's not good. That spider is after. And we just lost our bard. Or not our bard, our cleric. That's really not good. Glad I saved. Well, we can't really do much right now. How much health do these giant spiders have? Go ahead and rage. Actually, no.
Lost.
All right.
I don't think you are. I think that we're in a bad situation here, and I may just have to reload.
I'll survive. I always survive.
This cannot be happening?
Yeah, we're definitely not doing so hot.
This cannot be happening.
Okay, I'm gonna reload.
This cannot be happening.
Missing that alchemist fire really hurt us.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Patience.
How long does Bless last? 1 minute. So we can do it at the start. Oh no, we've got to go through the entire rest of the dungeon.
I wrote it like I saw it.
How long does this last? Permanent. Gotcha.
How cute!
What you want?
Okay, I really like that these buffs last for so long. It means I don't have to worry about recasting them all that often. Which means
Adventures
Amiri-
are exciting.
just go ahead and drink that mage armor.
Yes, I'm still here.
I'm listening.
And Lindsay was called forth.
Okay, so how the hell does this work? The spell clouds the minds of a humanoid creature. That's what the problem is.
Yes.
Good, that wasn't wasted.
Tear them
Who
apart!
will prevail? Does it matter?
Hold up. Weapons. Fighting defensively, please. You can move through a threatened square without provoking an attack of opportunity from by using acrobatics. When moving in this way, you move at half speed. Treat affliction. Disease or poison character. Make a lore religion check. If your check exceeds the DC of the affliction is removed. That's actually really useful. You can treat a character only once per day. Coup de grace, charge. Huh. I imagine that only a couple of characters actually have the ability to charge.
Stand down. You offended me.
That is actually really beneficial. Nice. So we have my character move behind and try to do backstabs and sneak attacks and other similar things. Wow, the other two keep the attention.
This is my time to shine.
All right.
No time for idling.
Now, how do I sneak? Mutagen, dexterity. Dexterity gives alchemists a right. Takes a -2 penalty on wisdom as long as they have the mutagen active. Now, I do wonder about this. Two claw attacks? Yep. So we've got our claw attacks with a +7 bonus. That's actually really good. Because our dexterity is really good. And our size is really good. Okay. Let's see here.
I don't tolerate threats.
Try this again. Damn it. We cannot get the damn swarm off her. I was trying to deal with it before it got to that point. Remove blindness. And we need these.
This won't kill me.
Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure you're wrong in this case.
Your time is over.
I'm all right.
You freaking cured the last.
I'll survive. I always survive. I'll survive.
What the hell is
always
the quick
survive.
load function?
I'll survive.
She cured the wrong target.
Survive.
We will be.
Away, you rascal! Stand down.
I'm annoyed because I don't really have anyone who can use these correctly. And I keep missing with them and I only have a limited supply. So I don't really have any options but to reload. Whoops. Yes, I'm
The
fully
danger is
aware.
gonna frighten me.
Here
Now if we stopped missing,
Just call to them.
this would be a lot easier. I really hate miss mechanics in games.
Can you make an epic
Is it
pose?
obvious?
I need inspiration.
Can you move? It's like there's something stopping left clicks from working correctly. Yeah, there's definitely something stopping left clicks from working correctly. The fuck? Like, I have to click multiple times to do any left clicks. I'm not just imagining that. That is actually really shitty. What is going on? There we go. Fucking finally I managed to hit.
Stand down. I'll share my path.
Now you can actually see me just double clicking left clicks to make sure the damn thing registers. Oh, it's not just left clicks, it's also right. Fuck.
This is my time
Who
to shine.
will prevail? Doesn't
We're gonna move back here.
tear them apart.
Okay. All creatures within a 30-foot radius.
repent.
This won't kill me.
Oh, it's going to kill you. Would you freaking cast the spell?
I'll survive.
Oh, that was a
I
crit.
always survive.
And there's more spiders on the way. That's not good.
Serves you right.
Okay. Actually, no.
You
Keep her
deserved
attacking
it.
that one.
You offended.
Could be worse. And will be. Definitely will be.
I'll survive. I always survive.
We can't do anything to deal with this. We're out of Alchemist Fires.
Protect me! Someone! Anyone!
Am I just too low level for this? I didn't see any sort of level indicator. I've been spoiled by Pillars of Eternity 2's level indicators that specify what level you should be at before you start a quest. Or if a quest is too high over. Okay. How many Alchemist Fires do we have? We have 7. So we're going to spread them around the party and just hope. Because if we don't, then this is going to be an impossible fight. Okay. Okay.
The dangers don't frighten me. Just letting the ink dry. Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Okay, there's the swarm. Now the individual spiders aren't too bad.
So fragile. Could be worse. And will be. Definitely will be.
Let's see. What does Touch of Chaos actually do? View the target with Chaos as a melee touch attack for the next round. Anytime the target rolls a d20, they must roll twice and take the less favorable. Oh, they roll with disadvantage. Would you friggin' cast your spell, Hedrian?
Lie down for a moment. Lost.
Ah! Freaking kidding me? Kill the fucking swarm!
Lost.
This cannot be happening.
Well, sorry. Was lost in thought.
Thank you. swear to God.
Well,
So she is fighting defensively. Cool.
what you want?
Anything is possible. The world is full of wonder. Stand down.
Blood for Gorum!
Okay. Just, I don't care how many alchemist fires this fucking takes. Just kill the fucking swarm. I will bomb myself if it means that it's fucking dead, because we cannot win this fight otherwise. And I'm getting sick of this shit. Thank you. God, that was tiring. Amira, can you?
Tear them apart!
Thank you. He's gonna go down, but it's whatever. There's a. Are you serious right now?
You offend me.
Thank you.
They go down!
Nah, I have a suspicion it's because a certain game launched recently.
Could be worse, and will be. Definitely will be.
Ah, fuck. Yep, I figured the attack of opportunity would happen. It was worth the risk.
Serves you right.
He wasn't gonna live through another hit. Can we switch? Swarms are a really shitty mechanic to introduce this early in the game, when you already have, like, the only method I have to kill them is Alchemist Fire, and if I run out of Alchemist Fire, which I very nearly did, I have 2 left, then I can't do anything against them. Oh, Diablo 2. God, that fucking sucked. I hated that. Orc double axe, you say? That was not worth the effort. But yeah, there is nothing more frustrating than having one way to deal with the enemy, and that way works about 20% of the time. Fucking random hit chances are awful, and this is the reason why Pillars of Eternity mostly did away with them. Pillars makes it significantly harder to flat out miss.
I'll share
You
my
usually do a amount of damage at least. Permanent strength damage in what is potentially the first dungeon visit isn't a great design. No. No, it is not. And yeah, we're gonna have to deal with poison at some point. Like, I realize that it's D&D, but there are some things that are really shitty when put into a game. This is about as faithful as you can get to the original D&D. Okay, there's some monitor lizards over here. Yeah.
The dangers don't frighten me.
It'll get better as we get more powerful because D&D actually has an a reverse difficulty curve. So the early levels are significantly harder than the later levels. But I don't know. Mostly because the early levels are entirely dependent on random chance. Whereas later levels are definitely not dependent on random chance because you've been speccing your character into things. Kind of an iffy thing for weekend streams. Hey man, it's what you guys wanted. Well, it's not what you wanted, Lucius, but... weekend streams also do have more time, so... I'm a little bit less worried. Let's go back to the trading post, I think. Okay. That permanent strength damage is going to be a problem. We'll have to figure out how to deal with that eventually. You are definitely in part to blame for this, Dupless. I remember you voting on this. Alright. We actually have a shit ton of weapons to sell. Because I have been really bad about picking up literally everything that isn't nailed down. Yeah, I know. Like I said, you weren't part of that. And this is kind of the problem with any D&D game. Unfortunately, there are different DM styles, or more correctly, fortunately for the medium. But in something like Kingmaker, there is one DM style. And I guess it's hard. Yep. This is something that we might end up using. I had to restart that fight 3 different times because I kept missing my alchemist fires and running out mid-combat. Which meant that no matter how I tried, the swarms would kill me eventually. Because I couldn't do anything against them once I ran out of alchemist fire. And how do you miss with alchemist fire? It's literally a liquid, goopy substance that sets fire to the area. Liquids tend to splash. That's kind of the point. Whatever. They're dead now. I'm going to stop complaining because I know that people tend to not enjoy it when I complain as much. Oh yeah, Legacy of Kain Blood Omen 2 is probably going to get turned into the daytime or the weekday stream, so we don't have to worry about that one as much. Which means that right after this is going to be Into a Dream, if nothing else changes, which this is a 120-hour plus game, and I do about 10 hours a week, so it's going to be a while. I'm not going to talk to a harem. Also, there's definitely... Okay, I want to show you guys something. Click. 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 Okay, so that works perfectly fine. So I can move fine.
Uh-huh.
That's good. Now, I just clicked Boken. Click. Click. That took 3 clicks before I finally registered that I was supposed to wander over to Boken. That's not my mouse. My mouse works fine in any other game. That is this game.
I'll share my path.
So there's something weird with the left click registration. And I noticed it first when I was trying to do click dialogue options. Like I just clicked I should go and it didn't I should go. Which is going to be a major problem if this keeps going on. So I'm actually going to look that up real quick and see if there's a way to fix that. So, Google. Pathfinder. Issue is, as far as your util can be is related to the file rewired direct input.dll folder under program files. Move the file out of the directory, start the game, and mouse issues seem to be resolved. Okay. So yeah, there is a way to fix this. Wait, this isn't the same bug. Are quality of life mods on the table? Maybe. I'm gonna go a couple more sessions before I decide to mod. Honestly, my issue is not with the quality. This is as faithful as you can really get to Pathfinder. And pretty much everyone uses non-faithful rules when playing any level of D&D. Mouse lag, slow-mo. I'm not seeing what's going on with the whole... So what is going on here? Obviously, right-click works perfectly fine. I might just end up using right-click more. No, right-click does not always work perfectly fine. Sometimes it's... That one was a missed one. Okay, hold up. We're gonna do something real quick and see if we can't fix this. Because this actually almost screwed me over in combat because I thought I'd thrown an Alchemist Fire, and no, I had not in fact selected to throw an Alchemist Fire. All right. Mm-hmm. Programs. Steam apps. Common. Jesus, I've got a lot of games. Oh, is it? Ah, here we are. Pathfinder Kingmaker, Pathfinder Kingmaker data, plugins. Okay, what are we looking for here? Rewire direct input. Move the file out of the directory and start the game. Okay. That did not move it. That just copied and pasted it. All right. Let's try. Hopefully that will affix the left mouse button. That's such a weird bug to have, and it's so basic that I'm guessing that it ended up getting patched in by accident. Okay.
Dangers don't frighten me.
Whoops. That's also going to be a problem. Gonna have to. There's a couple of ways to fix that, but
I'll share my path.
actually, that might be a setting. But I have a. Sometimes I accidentally click off the screen and the game minimizes. Or at least it loses focus and decides to minimize due to that. Which isn't really all that uncommon. The original Fallout did that too. Alright. Tooltip delay, 0.10 second. That might actually have something to do with it. Got the list of horror games for next month. It was really hard to find some because most good horror games are like 30 minutes long. I mean, yeah, I kind of learned that pretty quickly last year, where most good horror games are not going to outstay their welcome because, unfortunately, horror is not a genre that you can keep going for long periods of time. It's all about breaking rules, and once those rules have been broken, you can't unbreak them to go back to before. Or at least you can't break them again to have the same effect, because someone's already seen it at that point. It's all that shock value, you know? Oh yeah, but yeah, go ahead and send it to me. There's probably a fair number that I've played. Some of the ones that are on the current list have been played before. Yeah, that's a good one. Detention did that. I really enjoyed Detention because of that. Critters instead of blood? What? Random critters will occasionally appear instead of blood spatters. That's interesting. I don't know how I feel about that. Action bar, slot autofill, enable looting during game. Or during combat. I will actually bump the font size up to 1.2 as well. Just so that it's easier for you guys to read, but also easier for me to read. Let's talk to Aram. Yeah, it's real good. You know what? Let's take a look at this. I need a little bit of de-stress right now after that cave. Also, we went into that cave, cleaned out all the spiders, and never actually found any of the things that he was supposed to, or that were supposed to be in there. So I'm probably gonna have to go back. You could easily find some horror games you guarantee that I've never played before. Oh, they're like a dime a dozen. Yeah, I'm not that surprised. Now, my question is, how many Lovecraftian horror games can you find? All right, let's take a look at this list that Lucius has sent us. Because I'm actually really curious. Okay. Evil Within 1 and 2. Oh, sorry. Let's... List of games that are not full horror, but have something going for them that makes them creepy. I'm going to full screen this. Black Mirror 1, tagged as horror, but doesn't really, it doesn't fully belong in the genre. Is that related to the Black Mirror series? Dead Synchronicity, Tomorrow Comes Today. I've heard of this one. Town of Light, oh god. I'm not playing this one. I've seen this one before and it's not good. It's not even remotely good. Yeah, I agree with that. Soma isn't really a horror game. We Happy Few is too buggy to be played. I think it's still in that state, unfortunately. Like, we could play We Happy Few, but for one thing, it's a roguelike. And for another, it's... Well, it's kind of a roguelike. It is procedurally generated. I think you have, yeah. But yeah, We Happy Few is highly procedurally generated and unfortunately suffers a lot from it and was incredibly buggy. I like the original trailer for We Happy Few, but goddamn, that game did not come out in a good state. Black Mirror 1 is the first Black Mirror game. It then had 2 sequels and a reimagining. Only recommended the first because you've not played any of the others. Okay. Summer of 58. I actually have those, I think. Evil Within 1 and 2 is pretty good. The Resident Evil clones. Well, Resident Evil 4 clones. Gotta specify on that. 2 is a bit less than that, but... Simulacra and Locked Up I haven't seen. RE7 I would love to play on stream, actually. That is actually one of the really good horror game reboots that we see. Well, the first one is because it largely likes putting you into arenas and you have to kill everything. Also, I don't know. The first one has problems. I haven't seen enough of the second one to know very much about it, but there's a lot of inspirations from the original Resident Evil 4. Especially in some of the early village sections. Maybe clones is the wrong words. Stories Untold, I have played multiple times on stream, and it is really good. The only thing that I don't like about Stories Untold is the second story, which devolves into number games. And while it is fitting for the story once it's revealed at the end, it's really shit to play if you don't like number games, which I got real tired of that real fast. That's the one that I actually, in my second playthrough, I just looked up all the answers. Evil Within 2 is basically all the good parts of the first, fix most of the bad parts of the first, and then some new stuff added. Observer, I'm just looking through them at random. Never-Ending Nightmares, I've never seen. Transference, hold up. Transference sounds familiar. Blah. Oh. Yes, I have played this one. I had actually forgotten the name of this one. It felt like a horror version of Myst for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. It was probably the FMVs that they used. But I do remember liking this. I'm not sure if I'd put it directly in the horror genre. It definitely has the atmosphere, but the atmosphere sort of falls away as time goes on. It's more of a puzzle game than a horror game. Puzzle game with horror elements? That's probably a good way to put it. I have played I have played Observer, and I actually didn't like Observer nearly as much. I liked Observer's ending, but I did not like the game itself. I should say I liked both of Observer's endings. I felt like the endings to the story were really great. And considering the high importance that stories have with their ending, that's a definite mark for it. The problem that I had with it was largely that they didn't really use the element that they were given all that well. You like the ending, but not the game. Reminds you of the Revolution DLC from Muramasa. Yeah, right? Song of Horror. Oh, God. So let me tell you about Song of Horror. While back, last year, when I was collecting games for last year's Moonrise event, Song of Horror was highly recommended to me by Desalona. Now, Desalona really wanted me to play this game, and I should note that Desalona doesn't always do all that much research into a game before she recommends that game to me. And Song of Horror seemed like it would be a really strong game at the beginning. And I actually tried a couple of times to try and get try and go through the first chapter without losing anyone, and that was really hard. I actually do like the mechanic of just your lives effectively being different player characters. That's actually really good and cool. And I wish that more games would do that. Prey Mooncrash did that too. But Song of Horror got really tiring by the fourth chapter, at which point the game had been going on for so long that it was starting to reuse old elements to the point of tedium. It's one of the ones where I finally started to understand that horror games are not long for a very good reason, and Song of Horror breaks that rule very badly. Also, the actual gameplay of Song of Horror, the puzzles are all right. The problem that I had with it was that the QuickTime events that were associated with each monster okay, one of them was actually like handbraking. One of the other ones never made any sense, and I sometimes randomly failed it because I would do everything that the game told me to, and I still failed. And apparently that's a common problem with I think it's the silence or something like that. Just what you're supposed to do is not easily explained, and more importantly, the controller doesn't function correctly. One thing that I actually did like about silence, about Song of Horror, was that it did use something that a lot of people aren't aware the controllers are capable of, which is that it used the digital functionality of the button triggers on controllers. Because here's the deal: on controllers, the triggers actually keep track of how far you've pulled them in, or how far you've pushed them in. Most games don't use this. Most games just check if the trigger is pushed or not. You still recommend it because it has some really good parts that make it at least worth experiencing. I probably wouldn't play it, honestly. I got to chapter 4, which was, I think, 2 chapters from the end. And I was officially just done with it by that point. I got so bored of it. When they introduced the new horror element for the chapter 4, and I was just like, this is so goddamn boring. Like, not even adding this again is going to make me interested in the game. Little Nightmares 2 is definitely going on the list. I'll tell you that. Welcome to the Game, I've never heard of, so I'll probably take a look at that. Colette I hated, like unironically hated, because I don't actually remember why I hated Colette. I just remember that I hated it. I did Colette for one of my big nature streams because it was heavily benefited from stuff like orienteering, and it was fun in that aspect. Oh, I remember why I hated Colette now. Save systems. Colette has a fucking awful save system. So if you end up dying at any point, you get set so far back that you end up having to repeat up to 30 minutes of the game again each time that you die. And then usually those 30 minutes are spent going to the place where you died, dying again, and then having to repeat it again. Which just... Ugh. I finished Colette, but I was not happy with it by the end. Made of Skur might be interesting. As I said, I liked some parts of Observer. I liked the endings especially, but this one never really grabbed me. Condemned would be a fun one. Crooked Man. Hold up, let's take a look at that. Is this a visual novel? Not visual novel. Okay. Ah, RPG Maker game. That explains a lot about the art style. I'm guessing it's an RPG Maker game. I will take a look at this more. You know what? Actually, fuck it. Let's take a look at it now. I still don't feel like playing Pathfinder right now. A lot of people bash RPG Maker games, but honestly, there's nothing wrong with them. It's pretty much the same as it when you're looking through stories on Reddit or Tumblr. Some of them are bad, some of them are good. It's just that people tend to remember the bad stuff. Anyway. Might take a look at that. What is Made of Scare? Let's go take a look at that one as well. Is this? No. Okay, not what I was expecting. Apparently. Yeah, that wasn't what I was expecting at all. Oh, hey, Desolana. We're looking at horror games that will be added to the new Moonrise. Are you off today? I was complaining heavily about Pathfinder, so we're taking a break from it. About 30 minutes. Well, it sells itself well. I'll give it that. Oh, please. You're problematic. Problematic how? I think I know how, but let's let you elaborate on it. I might take a look at this. This actually looks really good. And if it's being recommended by Lucius, I have high hopes. Although Lucius also recommended Song of Horror, so I have slightly lower hopes. But yeah, Condemned, Made of Scare, Little Nightmares 2. I do want to take a look at Neverending Nightmares. Is that free? You say it's really short. Oh, I've seen this. I saw this ages ago.
What's going on?
Yeah, I remember this one. I remember this one sticking in my brain. Because even though I forgot about the name, I remembered the imagery.
Gabby, but why am I here?
What are you talking about?
I thought...
Now, of course, since I don't have a job right now, I'm going to have to be pretty limited on what I can actually buy. So we'll see what we have. But October, the Halloween sale should be coming up soon, so a lot of these will be going on sale. Yeah, I have high hopes for this one. I'm gonna briefly change what we're doing in this stream to just chatting. While we're still looking at horror games. Okay, so I already mentioned that I didn't really like Colette very much because of the goddamn save system. Condemned, Criminal Origins, Crooked Man, Among the Sleep. Among the Sleep we did. We did that last year. When the Darkness Comes. When the Darkness. Oh, that one's free. Oh! You mentioned this one ages ago. I will happily play this. Yeah, and this is also free, so it's got that going for it. An experience by Sirhain, not a game. A game without meaning. Yeah, I'd be interested in this. Let's go ahead and download that so I don't forget about it. Okay. Where were we when the darkness comes? Sanitarium? I think I have Sanitarium somewhere. Yep, Fatal Frame. Pretty much all of the Fatal Frames, really. Planned release October 28th. It's releasing on PC? I remember it released on the Wii U ages ago. Pathologic and Pathologic 2. Those are great horror games, but they're harder to play on stream. They're games that are intended to cause frustration. And while I really do want to play them at some point, I feel like I need to go into the Pathologic series prepared mentally for what's going to happen. For a long time, Pathologic 2 was on my list, but it eventually decayed off. And I believe it got eaten by the fire, so it's not even in the Stone of Stories right now. Corpse Party 1, 2, and Blood Drive. And Horror Tales the Wine. Horror Tales the Wine. I think I already told you about Absolov, right? No, you told me about Absolov, and I was like, yeah, I've played that multiple times. Absolov was last year. I would like to do the 100% complete run on that, but Absolov is also... I beat it on God, like God difficulty, and I couldn't find the last goddamn upgrade. Or more correctly, I found it, but I couldn't figure out how to get to it. This is interesting. Yeah, that's kind of what I heard. Pathologic 2 is not in any way easier. It's just more meaningful when it does fuck you over. This looks like an NVIDIA physics demo. Summer 2021. So is this out? This is out. Okay. How high would you rate this? Oh yeah, you're right. I do always like my psychological horror tags. Locked up. Oh, and it's got a demo. Does it? About half the footage shown as the video in that video is demo exclusive. Okay, so they probably wanted to keep you in the dark. I do like the music. I'm wondering how much of that is just trailer music though. Okay. This is what I was wanting. Have you ever played the medium, Lucius? Might do some more Visage as well. Because now that the whole game's out, I can look at the stuff that I haven't seen. And Visage actually scared the shit out of me. Okay. That seems interesting. At this point, I'm never going to trust any hallways that just end in a two-way split. That is such a common trope in horror games, to just have something go from one end of the hallway to the other. Whoop. Yeah, speaking of Visage, there it is. Is this actually out? Yeah, it is actually fully out now. I'm sorry, how the fuck? Okay, yeah. I was like, how could I still buy Visage? You've not played nor seen the medium, mainly due to storage and money reasons, still on your list, so okay. Yeah, it's a Silent Hill inspiration. And is very good. I'm not going to look at that right now. I will look at it on my other screen. Do I? I do not actually own it. No. I've heard not
Peggy
good things
18.
about this.
What have you heard already?
Not good things. I just said.
That illness. It thickened the bones, tissue regeneration. Is that all true?
The Lepidopterans made a nest out of the human body. That all this began.
The child is dreaming in REM phase. With open wings, a moth is ablaze. And when his mother screamed that much, a leopard death bestowed his touch.
It's all my fault. It may be the end of everything. And
Will be your
maybe
hidden gem
already
from
dead.
something called multiplayer. Leaves me with low hopes as to the actual veracity of multiplayer's claims. That's kind of what I'd heard, yeah.
Shit!
That is where you are, yes.
Where the hell am I?
In the shit. Duh. There is one other game that I really want to take a look at, which I did pick up last year and was supposed to be the finale, but due to various reasons, a lot of things didn't happen. What was it? This thing right here. Yeah, I wanted to try this on stream at some point because I played the original game. Oh, have you played this? There was a glitch in the sewer section that someone in UK hit and none of us got. And we were so salty.
Going the wrong way.
It's fine, just a quick detour.
You hate everything about them? Well, so when I play these, I don't expect these to be good.
Where are we? We're near Liverpool.
I expect
Sounds like a
a
fun place.
really
Funnily
bad
enough,
horror
Liverpool does
experience
have an
that
interesting
has
dark
uncanny
history.
valley feels that I can share with someone.
The way this fog just appears, it's not natural.
Seems the fog won't let us go anywhere except into the center of town.
What the hell is this thing?
A warning, perhaps.
Get off me! What more proof is needed that the devil walks among us in Little Hope?
There's someone else out here, by the fire.
Come play.
Yeah.
Play with me.
Oh my
Not
God.
good.
What do we do?
What the hell is that?
It also doesn't help that I'm actually genuinely hard to scare most of the time. And good horror games are hard to come by because they're just hard to make. Oh yeah, we can take a look at Town of Light. You were mentioning that earlier. Town of Light. I think I've heard of this. Oh, I remember seeing another streamer just play a tiny bit of this.
Otherwise, I get confused and I'm afraid I won't be able to find my way back. Any thoughts upset me in an incredible manner, which I'm not able to cope with. I'm afraid of myself, of what I might do when I get confused and don't remember. There are some hurts which I'm not aware of. Those are the hurts which cause me the greatest embarrassment. I only wish I could clothe myself away in a shell, in my little corner. See no more, hear no more, no longer exist. She promised and will come to get us. She'll take us home. Now I understand. I won't misbehave anymore. I won't bother anyone. I'll be quiet in my corner. How I really miss that dark corner where I used to pass entire days. I'll stay there like a good little girl. But take me away from this place.
Interesting. I like that they actually put some extra effort into the trailer on how they showed off all of their stuff. What's with this? I mean, I see the mostly positive, but what the hell's going on here? I'm sad now. You ever heard of cryostasis, Lucius? I can guarantee you, almost guarantee that you haven't, because it's not on Steam anymore, as you see. I actually had to buy a physical copy of cryostasis to play it on stream, and it still crashed every 20 minutes or so. But you know what? We got to the end and it was fucking worth it. Doesn't really belong as a horror game, but the realness of it makes it genuinely creepy. Also, it's one of the only games ever to make you cringe. Cringe how? Also, I want to show you something. Because I don't know if you've seen... Absolute... I know you've seen this. But I'm just using this to get to the developer. Angry Demon. They did... Huh. Did that actually come out? Yeah, it's not out yet. They did this. This is not the right... Damn it, hold up. That's also the soundtrack and art book. That's not what I'm looking for. It's just called Deluxe Edition, really? This one. A good kind of cringe. Okay. This is another one that I enjoyed. Basically anything by Angry Demon Studio I've enjoyed so far. However, I know that they're trying to get away from just pure horror games. Oh. Okay, what else on the list have I seen? I think that was the end, right? Yeah, that was pretty much the end. Made of Skur definitely seems interesting. I'm curious about that. Never-Ending Nightmares I've seen before and I am really interested in. Stories Untold I've already done. What is The Park? And Simulacra. Why
There's something
Funcom?
special about the entrance to an amusement park. A line drawn between the real world and the world of whimsy within. It's no wonder Callum ran back inside.
I don't think I did.
Mommy's coming, Callum! My son, Callum. He loves the theme park. Is it possible to love something and fear it at the same time?
Oh, completely possible. Okay. Less interested in that. Theme park horror has never been a big, strong thing for me. Locked up. Let's take a look at Simulacra. Actually, before we do that.
Everything has changed so much out there.
It was the Great Wave. The Great Wave that changed and purified everything.
The world you knew before is gone.
Please, make it stop.
What the devil could have happened out there?
They mean to kill us all.
He's really suffering. He's in excruciating pain.
That's why they gave it that name. They literally dissolve.
It's destroying us, don't you
I can't help it.
It's killing us.
It's that demon. You know I can't help it.
We're at a new beginning. This is the start of a new era. And you've woken up in it without any baggage. Enjoy it.
The Great Wave took everything from us and left us with this epidemic.
And in the end, the army seized control of the camp. This pestilent city is oozing blood from every pore.
That horrible gas opened up in the sky.
A man without a past is nothing more than a shadow.
Our true nature is coming out in all its glory in this new world.
And the dissolved started to show up.
These people suffer and die in the most horrible way I've ever seen.
Time is running out, and the end will be absolutely devastating.
Huh. Don't really tell you much about the actual gameplay, though. Or is it more of a visual novel style? Oh, okay, point and click. I think I'd probably stay away from this, as I'd be fine with playing this for something other than a horror, but I think I'd stay away from this for October. Basic point and click gameplay, gotcha. Okay. Why is this similar to Outer Wilds and Hollow Knight? What? That's a bit of a stretch. Right, right. Let's see. Simulacra.
myself. This is video log number 1. I'm supposed to just speak my mind. Whatever comes, no wrong answers. Nobody's gonna see this, so work has been pretty crazy lately, and I just needed an outlet of sorts. There's no point wasting time, so here I go. What's the worst that could happen?
Interesting. Definitely a different take. Okay. Oh, I'm interested. I will definitely say that I'm interested. Okay, what else did you say? Welcome to the game. Oh, that's welcome to the game too. Hold up.
Please stop this.
Second game is miles better than the first, you say? Yeah, this doesn't really tell you that much about it, does it? They're completely separate from each other, so you could easily play the second without ever having played the first. Interesting. That is good to know. Oh, no, here. Let's see. Anything else on here that I haven't seen? I wonder if I could get the original Fatal Frame going. Forgot to put Decay the Mare onto the list. Yeah, I was going to say, it doesn't really tell you that much about the game itself. Doesn't... Apparently that's from the Daedalic as well. Daedalic is weird. Oh god, did they actually ever come out with 16. This? I didn't realize that they were the one publishing this. Lurking until the time is right. Well, I think that we have sort of done something other than Pathfinder long enough. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to that. Yeah, that'll give me some stuff to think about for a while, though. I need to figure out how to make it so that the new decay list, or the, what do you call it? The current list doesn't decay. Once Moonrise is fully implemented again, I can focus on making sure that decay works across all the various lists. Due to the lack of horror games that are both good and long enough to stream, the horror game recommended to have some subpar horror games in it. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. We'll see. I mean, there's always something like Darkwood, which is both good and long. And I have zero problem playing multiple times. Harem pulls his beard, muttering something that could either be prayers or curse. Upon noticing you, he winces. What? Ah, it's you, Lucina Swiftfoot. Did I startle you? I'm sorry. Oh, no, that doesn't matter. I was just contemplating the futility of existence and worthlessness of the universe. The ways of Grotius are great. My humble mortal mind cannot fully grasp them, but I do what I can. Aram smiles apologetically. I'd like to talk about your god, Grotus. You wish to learn about Grotus? Aram seems surprised and pleased at the same time. Yes, of course. I will answer anything you ask. What are Grotus' teachings about, in a nutshell? Grotus is the end of all that exists. Aram smiles. He's obviously been waiting for this question. Look around, Lucina Swiftfoot. What do you see? Look again and realize that everything will be destroyed. Our clothing and our armor will turn to dust. The walls of the palaces will crumble into ruins. Trees will fall. And you and I will die much sooner than that. Grotus is a timeless watcher. He's been locked away by Pharasma, the god of rebirth. Or the goddess of rebirth. The Lady of Graves, Mother of Souls, Grey Lady. Pharasma is the goddess of birth, death, and prophecy. She shepherds Galarian's recently departed souls to their final reward. Upon death, souls migrate via the River of Souls to Pharasma's boneyard into the outer sphere, which sits atop an impossibly tall spire that pierces the astral plane. She is among the most ancient deities in the multiverse, but keeps her knowledge of the fate of all souls closely guarded. From her boneyard, sometimes referred to as purgatory, is a neutral plane where the souls of dead mortals from material plane are judged by the goddess Pharasma. You also beat Iris the Fall today. How long did it end up taking you to beat? From her boneyard, he watches over the world, knowing the time for the final reaping shall come. He's the bloated moon hanging in the sky. He's the harbinger of the last days. He's the one who will stay when all others are gone. What are Grotus' teachings about, in a nutshell? Pharasma has Grotus locked in her boneyard? So she is stronger than Grotus. Of course she is stronger, for now. Aram nods with dignity, stroking his beard. Grotus is weaker than Pharasma, and many other gods. I would be a fool if I tried to claim otherwise. If Grotus were stronger, the end times would already have come, wouldn't they? But the powers of other gods fade away. They dissolve slowly, a grain in a century. Grotus collects those grains and waits. He doesn't need to hurry. He knows that his time shall come. Usually clerics speak with their gods. What does Grotus say to you? What is his will? Aram shakes his head in resignation. Grotus doesn't speak to his clerics. Actually, Grotus doesn't need any clerics. The dwarf raises his sad eyes to you. He only allows his whispers to be heard, and only by those who are dying to hear them. His words are unclear, but they call to you. His voice comes with the soft rustle of fallen leaves, with the woeful wailing wind of the mountain pass, with the roar of the raging blizzard, and it calls you to strike out on the road. Onward, always onward, over the pass, over the bridge and further along. Up ahead, there were the 2.6 hours, and it left you wanting a lot more? That sucks. Up ahead, where the edge of a grey robe flashed, and a candle sputtered for the last time before dying. Onward, always onward, until your feet can no longer carry you. Aram falls silent, submerging in his own thoughts. I just thought of another one that we should add to the list. Yeah, same, Dupless. In the universe that I'm writing, a lot of the true gods are like that. They exist to spite the universe rather than to be worshipped. Originally, they needed worship, but they eventually outgrew it. Had some very good and fun, very fun puzzles. Perspective/shadow puzzles. Mm-hmm. What do you think about Grotus? I like your tales. There's an inner truth to them. A broad smile spreads on Harem's face. I'm glad you think like that. We'll bring this truth to the whole world and tell everyone that the end is inevitable. I'd like to... tell me about your past. My life is divided into two parts. The first was filled with blind wandering, doubts and attempts to serve Torag. The second part began when I accepted Grotus into my soul and received a clear vision of the world. What exactly would you like to know? Torag is, I assume, the god, the father of creation. Is a stoic and serious dwarven god of the forge, protection, and strategy who values honor, planning, and well-made steel. He is an often distant deity, lending magical power to his clerics, but leaving his followers to make their own way through life, knowing that this will make them strong and determined. Dupless, are you familiar with, I'm sorry, Rimmergander? From the Pillars of Eternity series? Okay, so Rimmergander is the Great Aurochs and the god of entropy in Pillars of Eternity. I pissed him off in the first game, but he's also my favorite god of the entire series. Because his entire thing is that he doesn't need anyone to worship him, and the worshippers are largely the people that have lived for so long and remembered so many of their past lives that they want to be ground to dust and swept away. Rimmergander is an interesting god. He's one of the only ones that can actually truly kill you. The other gods can certainly destroy you, but by their own power, they can't kill you directly. They can probably capture your soul, but it always ends up being reincarnated eventually. Rimmergander can actually grind your soul into bits. I think it's because of Rimmergander that more souls keep coming into existence in Pillars of Eternity. Because the old souls fall apart. And then they get remade. Okay, where are you from? My story began in Larad, a city of dwarven clerics and acolytes. They served Torag and the other dwarven gods, Torag's brothers, Angred and Magrim. Torag's wife, Fulgrit, his daughter Bulka, his son Krundinar, Coles and Trud, and also Torag's sister Drangvit. Harem curves his lips in contempt. I wouldn't be surprised if they built a temple to Torag's pet dog. Yeah, that's a lot of gods for one. Sorry, I let myself get carried away. Harem sighs and pulls his beard several times. Larad is the second largest dwarven city in the Five Kings Mountains. It's built up around numerous temple caverns, which serve as places of worships for all the dwarven gods. Many pilgrims from every corner of Golarion came to Larad to pray to their gods. Some remain to live there. This city is simply imbued with faith. You can't swing a dead cat without hitting a cleric. It's no surprise, inspired by the aura of the city, that I decided as a young boy to dedicate all of my effort to becoming a cleric of Torag. So you started as a cleric, but not to the god you serve now. You once tried to serve him? Not just tried. It was a burning passion. I craved it by day and dreamt of it at night. Aram shakes his head as if amazed by his own stupidity. You see, Lucinus Swiftfoot, from my first days, I felt the presence of the god at my back. I heard his whispers and felt his power, though the nature of this power was unclear to me. I thought Torag himself was trying to speak to me, and I did all I could to understand his words. Oh, what a naive fool I was. I had no idea that Torag, that uncompromising, conceited god, glamorized by all dwarves, was capable of betrayal. He turned away from me, Lucina Swiftfoot. He left me in the hour when I put all hopes in him and desperately needed his support. Torag is the god of craftsmanship, so every follower, especially the clerics, must smith their own suit of armor. The day when this work is finished is like the second birthday for a dwarf. He is newly born in the eyes of Torag. Aram sighs heavily and falls silent for a time. My second birthday never came. I couldn't make armor. Not even a sword, not even a simple nail. My hammer smashed my fingers and fell on my feet. Molten iron burned my hands. The clerics laughed as they healed me. They used to say I was cursed by Torag. So finally, I gave up any attempt to please the betrayer god. No, that's too much of a nightmare even for me. Even if Torag really has rejected you, is that enough reason to leave your homeland? I didn't think dwarves ever worshipped Grotus. How did you learn about him? Oh, that blessed day became the beginning of a new life. Alone and abandoned by all, I spent many dull hours in a filthy tavern by the roadside. I don't recall the town, nor even the country. I had no money. In fact, all I had was a hunk of stale bread. I was weary and almost fainting from hunger. And that was the moment when the whisper from my god became more clear. It was like he was calling to me. At last, my sufferings had come to an end. It was a miracle, Lucina Swiftfoot, and I paid full price for it with my torments. I couldn't control myself. I walked out of the tavern and straight into the nearest forest, and there I found the ruined temple of Eridan, the lost god. Several figures clad in robes were holding a silent service there, a service to a god I knew nothing of. None minded when I stood beside them. For the first time in my life, I felt myself at home. My new brother told me that they were clerics of Grotus. My new brothers told me that they were clerics of Grotus, the god of end times. They were traveling around Galarian, spreading the teachings of Grotus, despite all the persecution, contempt, and misjudgment they have received from others. I gladly shared this burden with them. For now, I knew whose voice had whispered to me throughout all those years. Even if Torag really has rejected you, is that enough reason to leave your homeland? You don't know much about dwarves. Aram lets out a sad sigh. How can a dwarf cursed by Torag go on living in a city where every single soul bows to Torag? I was alone, disgraced, humiliated, insulted. A lone tear glints in the light before sliding down Aram's cheek and hiding in his beard. I was trying to drown my sorrows in drink, but even the owner of the cheapest pub on the road would laugh at me while he put those mugs in front of me. I couldn't take it any longer. I wanted everything to end. But there was one thing that kept me going and prevented me from ending my life. I could still hear that divine whisper behind my back. It was yet faint. It took a long time before I could hear it clearly, but having heard it once, I could never forget it. It was clear that none of Larad's deities favored me, so I left the Five Kings Mountains and went out searching. Wait, so you couldn't make even a simple nail? And you blame Torag? Are you suggesting that my problem was not a curse, but my own inability to work with metal? Or maybe you're saying I was just too lazy? Harem looks into your eyes defiantly, his hands trembling with suppressed rage as he runs his fingers over his beard. You're a fool if you think so. An ignorant fool. Have you ever met a dwarf who can't handle a smith's hammer? Even our children craft knives. No. Torag is the cause of my suffering. The betrayer god deliberately cursed me, just to make a laughingstock of me. Harem raises his hand and shakes his fist at someone above. But I won't let myself get angry at you, Lucina Swiftfoot. You're an ignorant and blind soul, and my aim is to guide you through this dying world that marches to the end. I will open your eyes or die trying. Grotus will be pleased by either outcome. Level! How are you doing? Can someone give Level a shout out? I'd like to learn more about dwarves. Most dwarves are self-satisfied, stubborn fools serving Torag. They don't deserve my good attitude. Harem winces. But you can ask what you want to know. I'll try to answer. Tell me about the Five Kings Mountains. The Dwarven Kingdom, yes. Well, it's to the south from here. It's survived many trials, and there will be more yet to come. Harem strokes his beard, contemplating. There is no unity among the dwarves, Lucina Swiftfoot. The Five Kings rule over our people. They sit on the thrones of the 5 greatest cities, and with every passing day, it grows harder for them to come to any agreement. The only thing uniting the 5 Kings Mountain is the sky citadel of Highhelm, the great dwarven fortress at the mountain's heart. Alright, later, Level. Thanks for the raid. Have the dwarves always lived on the surface? Oh no. Aeons ago, all dwarves lived deep beneath the surface. And they did rather well, judging by the historic records. They built fortresses befitting noble dwarves, but a restless god, Torag, sent us a prophecy, the quest for the sky. He ordered all the dwarves to abandon their fortress and press upwards, to show their beards to the sun, as they say. Quest for the Sky is the ancient dwarven migration to the surface of Golarion from their original homes in the Darklands. Their god Torag had given them a prophecy. When the ground shook beneath their feet, they must press upward to the surface. They took the massive tremors caused by Earthfall in 5293 as the sign, and began their journey towards the surface, finally emerging there in 4987 AR. This journey was long and bloody. Many dwarves perished on... Oh, shit. Many dwarves perished along the way. Others turned back, keeping to their ancient strongholds, eventually to turn into evil Duergar, grey dwarves. But those who survived reached the surface and found the sky citadels, the most glorious cities in dwarven history. Are they actually in the sky? Mighty dwarven fortresses that can be found throughout Avestan and Garund, the first to be built by the stout folk when they emerged onto the surface world during the Age of Darkness. Although 10 citadels were built in total, only a few have survived intact to the present day, and fewer still are held by the dwarves. Tell me about the sky citadels. Oh, they're the peaks of creation. Glorious cities built by the ancient dwarves who'd finally reached the surface after many hardships, performing the final labor in their quest for the sky on the surface of Golarion. Harem's eyes glitter with admiration. They're steadfast, tall, Magnificent. They are beautiful. The 10 citadels were built by dwarves, but we've managed to keep only a few. The citadels crumbled, and the orcs, sworn enemies of our people, trampled their blessed streets and ruined the gorgeous palaces of the ancient kings. Aram's eyes grow misty with tears. These were heavy losses, and a disgrace to our people, Lucina Swiftfoot. High Helm is the jewel of the citadels that remain. It is located in the heart of the mountains, and the heart of every dwarf. Yes, yes, my heart too. There is a dwarven saying that if an enemy reaches High Helm, every dwarf from all corners of the world would come to defend it. Aram casts a side glance at you. I'd be there too, but not to help the Citadel's defenders. I'd be there to witness the fall of our people with my own eyes and mourn it. I would fall upon the cold stone and raise my final prayer to Grotus. Have you ever regretted your decision to abandon Torag and start worshipping Grotus instead? Your question might seem offensive, Lucina Swiftfoot, but I am not offended. I realize you ask it because you wish to learn more about Grotus. Aram squeezes his beard in his fist, but in a moment he lets it free again. Torag betrayed me, Lucina Swiftfoot. All he's ever done was look down with contempt on my futile efforts to please him. I crafted armor plates, but they fell apart with a single strike of a fist. I smit swords, but they broke at the hilt. Torag's priest used to say that such failures were the curse of the uncompromising deity. Aram's fingers grabbed his beard with such force that it seemed he'd tear a handful of hair out of it. It was Grotus who opened my eyes. He showed me that failure is a manifestation of his will. The end time is near, Lucina Swiftfoot, and every failure is just another step towards it. Torag's curse is only half of the reason for my failure. The other half is the blessing of Grotus, which I have borne from early childhood. Aram smiles warmly at his thoughts. So the short answer to your question is no. I've never regretted opening my soul to Grotus. From what I've heard, Grotus doesn't spare the minds of his clerics. They all go insane eventually. Is that true? Ha! Who told you that? I'd like to look that slanderer in the eye. Aram burst into laughter, but you can't understand what's so funny. You see, Lucina Swiftfoot, sanity is quite a relative concept, Aram says as his laughter recedes. Each of us is certain that he's the sanest creature in the world. Meanwhile, we periodically doubt the sanity of others. So what happens if 2 or 3 people claim that someone else is insane? Does that make it true? Perhaps the accusers have lost their minds themselves. The longer a cleric listens to the whispers of Grotus, the better he comprehends the essence of his designs, and the deeper his understanding becomes. When enlightenment comes, the mind of a cleric ascends to a new level of understanding, which is inaccessible to the simpler souls. Is it insanity? This is for you to decide, Lucina Swiftfoot. My decision was made long ago. When I reached enlightenment, I'll accept it with joy and delight. When you learn Grotus' divine plans, remember to tell me all about it. I could use a good laugh. Aram seemed not to hear the irony in your words. Oh, of course I will tell you. I will tell everyone. The word of Grotus will lead us forward unto the inevitable. All right. Any chance that we can just go to sleep? Yeah. So there's nothing to talk with Amira about. Whoops. Damn it.
Time to shine.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to get a fix for that. So this isn't something that I actually have to craft. Well, that's how I switch between weapons. Wasn't this back the way that we came? South, you say? I'm accepting it. Fine, whatever. Oh, we got some exploration to do. Okay, yeah. As I figured, the permanent strength damage. Damn it. Permanent strength damage is not nearly as powerful as I thought,
I'll share my pack.
or as it seems. It was not nearly permanent. Scroll of a touch of gracelessness. So there you go, Dupless. That's how you heal it. You go rest. That's a manticore. Oh, yeah, that's a game setting. I remember. I set it to that. So I don't know if I should be here yet, but we're gonna try. That was half his health in one hit. That's not good. Go ahead and rage. Can we sleep it?
Lost.
I don't think that we should be here. Alright. I've already got an immediate problem with Pathfinder. And that is that there is no level indicator at all. Like, that Manticore is clearly way more powerful than we're capable of dealing with. And nope. Not going to be able to deal with it in the future. Okay, that's good to know. Just keep going south.
I decree we set up camp.
Are you tired? We can set up camp. How do we set up camp?
I am amazed by your inexhaustible energy. It seems strange you can be so joyful after everything that happened.
And you're always sullen and pouting, Harem. Smile a little. If we do die at some point, I'd prefer to be buried with a smile on my face, not with a glum frown.
All right. The Boggart Hunting Grounds. Oh, geez, I've been going for 2 hours and 48 minutes. I'm actually going to take a brief break, find something to eat, give everyone else an opportunity to find something to eat, come back, eat some more, and then start. Not necessarily in that order. So, yeah, I hope you all have a good lunch. Alright, we're back. And I still haven't really finished eating, but we're here. I didn't want to let the break go on much longer. Who do we even have right now? Well, we got a dwarf. Open the spellbook. Expeditious retreat. I need to remember to hold up. We can now learn something else. What's Firebelly do? Fire resistance and making your gut hot to the touch, but not enough to damage you or anything else. As a standard action, you can breathe a 15-foot cone of flame that deals 1d4 points of fire damage. Reflex half. Spell resistance applies. Reduce person, I think, is going to be better. Oh. Bane. Shield of Faith. Unbreakable Heart. Target creature gets a +4 morale bonus on saving throws against mind-affecting effect. Okay. What does Shield of Faith actually do? One friendly creature within touch range. Summon monster 1. Extra planar dog. +2 deflection bonus to AC with an additional +1 to bonus for every 6 levels you have. Bane fills your enemies with fear and doubt. Each affected creature takes a -1 penalty on attack roll. That sounds really good. Not really good right now, but we will see. Do I have to specify an evil or like a lawful evil or something for this? Or can it work on just evil? Because there's 9 alignments. Sorry. Yeah, 9, I think. Spell fills a single subject with a feeling of horrible dread that causes it to become shaken. Info. What does shaken do? Inflict light wounds, ray of sickening. Can't cast spells? Yep. Spontaneous casting. Okay, so she can just use all of them at the same time because she's a bard. You just love spontaneous casting. Alright, let's take a look inside this hunting ground. You'd be surprised if they made you specify a combination. I would be as well, but I don't know.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Boggard.
No time for idling.
Oh, there's more. Let's kind of cluster them together.
Tear them apart!
Try and kill that one. Oh, God. Yep, there goes Amiri. Harem's got a stronger will because he's a cleric. Damn. Okay, how long does that last? Inspire courage, please.
Could be worse, and will be.
Oh, Jesus, I did not realize he was already almost dead. Yeah, he's super duper dead. Is there a particular reason why? Oh, they're all feared.
Lost.
Yeah, that fear is a strong thing. Go ahead and rage.
This won't kill me.
I think she just went, yeah, she just went negative. That was a 27? What the fuck? Some sort of level indicator would be really nice. That was a crit, which means that they do more than half my health in a single hit. And there's 3 of them. Like, geez, dude. Do you actually want me to kill anything and level up? Because I don't know what I'm doing here. Should have used my break to find something to fix that. I think I have something installed, but I forgot what it's called.
The dangers don't frighten me.
What's everyone's weapons look like? Okay, so you've got the ginormous sword. Interesting, it tells you where you got the items. Hide armor. We could probably improve her armor. We just need to get through a couple of fights. What bothers me is that we clearly got through the fights in the cave, but that wasn't what we needed to do to finish the quest apparently, and I'm not sure what we're missing. Because I can't find the plants. You would think that as an alchemist I would be very good at finding plants, but no.
we set up camp?
No. No camp. We keep going.
More strength, fates.
Fine.
I wonder, do Mammoth Lords have their own writing system? They must have much to tell.
The legends of my people are passed from generation to generation. If someone doesn't get into a legend, then he's a weakling, and there's nothing to talk about.
I'll share my path.
Okay. We still need the damn berries. I don't know where they are, though. I don't know. Look at all the little critters. Maybe I should turn feed critters on. I want to feed the snacks. With a mouse, that is also probably considered a critter. So the problem that I have here is that we came to Fangberry Cave to get fangberries, and yet I could not find any fangberries.
This is my time to shine.
Well, start shining. It's dark as hell.
I'll share my path.
Gather fangberry in the spider cave and bring it to Boken before it spoils. But beware of spiders. Boken said that those in the cave are extremely mean. Well, we killed them all. I don't know where the hell you get moon radishes.
The dangers don't frighten me.
You got, do you have any idea, Paper Dupless, how I would go about gathering something? Maybe I rest? I don't even know. Okay. We'll set up camp. Hearty meal, guards, camp camouflage, hunting.
Haven't you seen enough death? Been the cause of so much death that you've thought about what awaits you?
What's there to think about? I'll live while I'm alive, and when I'm dead, it's the end. I'll go to Gorham's feast.
Hunting took 3 hours. Hunters foraged food equal to 4 rations. Camp camouflage failed. Main cook spoiled the... Damn it, I am not a good cook. Stop putting me in charge of the cook me. Well, poo. I don't know what's going on then.
I'll share my path.
Because I definitely don't see any berries. So, Mech, are you still around? Elsa's sitting over here with one paw outstretched. Like she's reaching for something.
How cute!
How cute, you say?
This is my time to shine.
You know what? We're just gonna keep going south. Bugger everything else.
The dangers don't frighten me.
The hell? Is that a zombie? The corpse's face is bloated from being so long in the water. The stench from its toothless mouth is so foul that your eyes begin to water. The hand, clenching a sinister-looking spear, is covered with scabs. Suddenly you feel faint, as if a cold, wet hand is placed heavy on your head. Wet hair sticks to skin, and trickles of icy cold water run down your face and shirt. A hoarse whisper rises inside your head. There you are. Who are you? Davik Nettle. A storm of bright images flashes before your eyes. A long time ago, this person, then a living man, came from Brevoy, constructed a rope bridge, built a house, and lived in it, collecting payment from those who crossed the river. How did you die? You see a vision of a lovely spring day. Sunbeams shine warm against your cheeks. 3 men approach your house by the bridge, one of them wearing an antlered helm. The Stag Lord. Angry faces, a quarrel, the glint of an unsheathed sword. Suddenly, the Stag Lord's greedy eyes are twisted by surprise. The master of the house has unleashed his hounds. A burning smell stirs you awake to the sound of loud barking. Flames are crawling up the walls. The sound of breaking glass. The bitter cold night air. You are outside the house, and something is wrong. An arrow strikes deep in your shoulder. You hear the guffaw of 10 throats. You run, already in the middle of the bridge. The man in the antlered helm cuts one of the ropes. An ear-splitting scream fills the air. What do you want from me? You see a vision of a man wearing an antlered helm. You hear a muffled groan, and the helm drops to the ground with a loud thud. Your hands are covered with hot blood. Too much blood. Death to the Stag Lord. Don't you hate it when someone asks you to do something you were going to do anyway? It makes me want to do nothing, just to spite them. Can't you kill the Stag Lord yourself? You see the Stag Lord and his cutthroats trying to build a new bridge here. They run madly away from the rotting monster. The Stag Lord has avoided this place ever since. Hey, Smahams. Why must I be the one who does it? You feel invisible fingers, cold as stone, draw aside a wet strand of hair from your forehead. I refuse to help you out of principle. You shouldn't have messed with my head. You are taken in a whirlwind of vision and images, and you see yourself. You lie with your eyes closed, thrashing in your sleep. Finally, you scream and wake, drenched in cold sweat. My answer is the same. The drowned man grins at you with blue lips. I'd better go.
I'll share my.
Yep. Good old druid murder, if we can actually find something that we ourselves can murder. Right now, it doesn't look like we're having much luck. We've been destroyed by a manticore and a bunch of rabbits. Or boggards. That's what they're called. A waterlogged lowland. Chaos. The alignment of cursing yourself to avoid doing something you would have done anyway because someone told you to do it. 'Cause fuck you! We walked across the heath for a long time, yet no sight sprang up before our eyes. But by turns, we discovered a verdant lowland with several nearby springs streaming down behind another hillside. And then, in the distance, in the center of the lowland among the bush, there stood a single dry tree, a true giant. Its magnificent outline resembles an animal's paw, clawing at the sky. But there was truly remarkable, or what was truly remarkable, the flat landscape was dotted by mysterious dark humps. They were piled about the height of a man and scattered around in abundance. We determined that we should explore the lowlands. The further we trekked, the softer the land became. Step by step, heath grass gave way to moss, low-growing shrubs and ferns, and then sloshy puddles of stinky swamp water. The muddy ground sucked at our feet, and soon our party was jumping from hassock to hassock. Finally, we reached the first group of mysterious lumps, and learned they were no mere hills, but just dug-out dwellings. I almost said disgusting dwellings, because they are disgusting. They're in a swamp. We move with great care towards the center of the lowland, and there the real swamp begins. On the way towards the mysterious giant tree, we saw the foggy outline of another hut, this one much bigger and surrounded by small clay statues. Standing one behind another and tied together with a rope, we continued our journey. We walked slowly, carefully choosing our way, keeping the drier ground as much as possible. But the further we went, the more difficult it became, and soon we were wading waist deep through the cattails. Frogs croaked loudly as we peered anxiously into the cloudy water, struggling to make out the shadows flitted along the bottom. We often stumbled and lost our balance, but our trusty rope and the age of our friends saved it from being lost to the bog. Got a cat. Why you biting me, Elsa? She's just telling me she doesn't like me doing that. The insatiable bog gurgled hungrily after us, but we didn't look back. Sodden and weary, we finally made it back to solid ground, and a palace of sorts rose before our eyes. A spacious hut made of mud like the rest, but decorated with pebbles, bones, cattail spikes, and snail shells. In front of the palace was a wide and shallow reservoir. Its green water reflected the leaves of huge ferns and primitive clay figurines. The buzzing of gnats was nearly deafening. We were not far to the center of the swamp, and a firm and steady path led here through the thick bush. At its end, that tall, dry tree stretched mightily upwards, clawing at the firmament. We carefully examined the clay figurines, trying to fathom what they might portray. Goggle Eyes, goggle eyes, flat head with no necks, ears, or chins, ugly long legs, and unnaturally bent. These sculptures could only be the work of boggards. Primitive, cruel boggard tribes had inhabited the swamps of Garund and Avestan since the olden days. Pitiless to others and to each other, they were led by the darker instincts of their insane priest kings. They were known to grow young fry in the pools inside the houses. A buzzing of gnats was nearly deafening. We were not far from the center of the swamp. A firm and steady path led there through the thick bushes. At its end, the tall, dry tree stretched mightily upwards, clawing at the firmament. Do we want to peek inside the hut? I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm gonna go cuddle a cat. Cuddle cat. What a good kitty. Would I like to experience content? I would like to experience content if it doesn't kill me. Right now, we just need to experience content that allows us to actually progress. So I'm being intentionally very cautious right now. You know what? We'll take a look inside. Oh, okay. It was ever so lovely to walk once again among the well-trodden paths. Our sodden clothes imagined being dry, and our mood was at once lifted. The bushes that bordered the path seemed to wave at us amiably, with their juicy green leaves and shiny bright red berries. A fresh wind puffed away the rotten smell, and it finally felt like the swamp might be nearly behind us. But then the wind stopped blowing, and the thorny branches continued to move, and we heard a loud shout. Lindsay, who was watching our rear, pointed to a surging, crawling wall of green, filling in the path behind us. The surrounding thicket was coming to life. Its branches reached out with a soft swishing sound. Drops of sap oozed from their thorns, gleaming in the emerald dusk. The path was disappearing. There was no way back, and the clear space ahead was closing. Alas, failed a strength check. Alas, we'd merely wasted precious moments. No matter how many grasping green shoots we cut, more only grew in their place. The only thing left was to run for our lives. Green walls closed in around us. Branches grabbed at our sleeves. Wicked thorns scratched up our hands, and our faces burned with acidic sap. Roots tangled our feet, and our blood fell on the leaves, but with great effort we broke away at last from the grasping green. Finally, after what seemed like an endless trek, we came upon the gigantic tree that had so intrigued us from the beginning. Lo and behold, we saw an idol cut into the trunk, a huge horned, three-eyed toad. Its googly eyes made it look both cruel and dumb, almost idiotic. Its muzzle hung half open, sharp-toothed with several hanging tongues. Deep brown streaks oozed from the corner of its mouth. We tried to glean what sort of idol it might be. There could be no doubt. This was Gogunta, master of the Great Swamp and the Demon Abyss. The Abyss is a plane in the outer sphere dedicated to the rule of evil, unfettered law. It is accessible through the huge rents in the maelstrom upon it opening into its fetid depths, vast beyond imagining. The Abyss is possessed of many layers, strung together by the river Styx. Its inhabitants are demons, its rulers demon lords who wrest control of the plane eons ago from the primordial Clipon. Gogunta is a demon lord of fetid swamps and serves as the sole goddess of the swamp-dwelling boggarts. Gogunta appears as a frog with many heads and even more eyes and tongues. Boggarts portray her as a huge queen of their kind. But what is this? While we were examining the idol, a large, bright blue dragonfly came out of the hollow in the tree and sat invitingly on the very tip of one of our noses. It was so remarkably strange. It didn't react to our movements, and seemed quite content to remain where it sat. Why awaken mysterious ancient forces? We turned around and went back, this time avoiding the flesh-eating bush. Yeah! Take that, you stupid bush. I guess. God, we have really made absolutely no progress today. I'm going to be as neutral as we can. I'm going to go chaotic neutral this run. It's going to be boring as hell. I hope you're all happy.
I decree we set up camp.
That's probably a good idea.
Do not be set aback by how quietly I keep to my thoughts. Come to me and I will discuss with you the frailty of life, the whisper of the night, the great God.
There's something funny about your incessant gloominess. I'll be happy to take you up on your offer. After all, I need to understand you well, so I can depict you accurately in my book.
Oh. Oh, I see how it is. Hey! We ended up preparing a good meal for the first time ever. High ground. This resource isn't in your hands and cannot be claimed. Hey, Smahams, are you still here? I know you've played this before, all the way through. Where do you get the fang berries? Ancient tomb. Tartuccio's mercenary. Alright. I should have blessed at the beginning. Let's go ahead and daze this poor man. Channel positive energy, true strike, bless. He's got a flail and a heavy mace. What is the point of having 2 blunt weapons? That doesn't really make sense to me. Oh, we could also cast Bane. But it looks like there's a mage at the very least back here. I think that's a mage silhouette. That could also be something else. Elsa, it's not even close to your feeding time. Why do you do this every day? Is it because I haven't given you food? Is that why? Fang berries.
Won't
6 seconds is a lot of time. Tertio's mercenary. God damn it. How did that happen? Oh god, I wish I could hit anything right now. I don't know what just happened. You know what? I'm not going to question it. He's dead.
And will be. Definitely will be.
Yes.
My dude. Actually, keep that alchemist fire. We might end up needing it later. We can rest for more spells. We cannot rest for more alchemist fires. How long does Shield of Faith actually last? One friendly creature within within touch range. 1 minute per level. And he's dead. Fucking hell. Yeah, we found the cave. We cleared it out. There was no berries. That's what I'm saying. How the hell do you gather the berries? I'm starting to think that maybe my party's just bad.
Last chapters cannot be happening.
Because I can't fight anything right now. Somehow we got through that entire cave. Okay, first of all,
Friendship lasts forever.
Just letting the ink dry.
Well, sorry, was lost in thought.
cool, let's go.
I'm listening.
Okay, so she's got quite a few buffs at this point. That should help out.
leave hence.
Pain! Okay, that should help.
Stand down. You offend me.
He does not... Okay, cool. This is actually looking pretty good right now.
Your life ebbs low.
Oh no! Well, we're getting into the magic shit real fast. Okay. You need better armor. I don't really care if it's against your class, you just need better armor. He's already using a heavy shield. Can't use shields, really? What have I got? Studded armor. That's not awful.
The dangers don't frighten me.
It seemed from afar to be but cracks in the stone, but turns out to be a faded... Oh, damn it. A faded image of the sun. A grinning jackal's skull has recently been scratched on top of the image. Really wish that there was a setting to add additional seconds to how long those stayed up. Judging by the outline, this bas relief has once depicted the sun and moon. Now it is completely eroded. On closer inspection, one can discern the outline of a head with a single eye. The image carved in the stone was almost completely worn away over the edges. One can distinguish a sickle, a sword, and a skull with a single eye socket covered with a coin. Groomsh? No, that would be too easy. Also, we are in no state at all to keep fighting. Potion of cure, moderate wounds. Put that in there. One round per level, up to 5 rounds. Acid flask. Scroll of Shield of Faith. We used almost all of our spells to get through that fight. So we're just gonna go ahead and rest up. What's this? Ancient Cyclops coin. A memento of the long past, a well-grounded antique collectors might pay handsomely for. So I know that we're not supposed to rest in dungeons. But screw that. We're tired.
How cute!
Okay, maybe we don't do that.
I wrote it like I saw it.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That'll do.
This is my time to shine.
Glad I healed people. Garnet, Ray of Enfeeblement. Okay.
I'll share my path.
How sweet, the first breath of fresh air, after the stale, damp stiffness of that tomb. Before us stretches an unending heath, replete with hills and gullies and patches of low shrubs. Already, the trail of Tartusio and his companions has gone cold. But we would not give up so easily. Whether the trail went cold or not, it was one we would follow. Yeah. No blade of grass was bent. It must have had enough time to straighten back up, since whatever last passed. But the heath's dry earth preserved the prints of little shoes. Our eyes on the ground, we followed the trail. We walked and until we finally came to a huge gully, the dried-up bed of a river of yore. But what is this? At the edge, the grass was trampled down, the soil turned up, and claw prints, lots of them. We stumbled upon a fresh battlefield, and here the trail split. One set of footprints walked away from the battle and down into the gully. The brave footprints... Whoops. Shit. We tried to imagine what had left those claw marks. The claw marks were not deep. The attackers were small and lean. And more, these creatures walked on 2 legs. Finally, the form of the prince left no doubt in our minds. We'd stumbled onto Oh, I love kobolds! Kobolds are great. Kobolds are adorable. We carefully studied the trail that led down into the gully. To our surprise, we discovered that the little shoe prints turned into little clawed footprints on their way to the gully. It was as if someone from Tartusio's band was wearing shoes, and then either took them off or grew claws, then jumped into the gully to avoid battle. We stood a while in thought, then followed the single set of footprints down into the gully. The way down was steep, and it took some time to reach the bottom. Walking on the loose soil was difficult, but the clawed footsteps were easy to spot. The bottom of the gully went downhill, deeper and deeper. Finally, the footprints turned, whirling up the steep slope, and disappeared at the gully's edge. We couldn't but admire the animal agility and clever claws of the creature we were following. The slope before us was as tall as two tall men, and ended at a hanging crest. Climbing such a slope would be no easier than climbing a sheer wall. However, a long, steady-looking root stuck out of the ground from the top. Who's our best mobility person? Not him, because he's got a -8. I'll go. After tugging on the root, Lucina Swiftfoot took a deep breath, grabbing it with both hands and beginning the difficult ascent. Pushing with her feet against the slope and grabbing the root with both of her hands, she climbed higher and higher. Only her heavy breathing and the faint creaking of the root broke the deadly silence. Suddenly, dust poured down from the top of the slope, and the root began to slide from the ground. Keeping her wits, Lucina Swiftfoot shifted her weight to her legs and froze. After a tense moment, she continued her journey, and soon had reached the top of the slope. After catching her breath, she lay on the ground and offered her hand to help the next one of us up. After climbing out of the gully, one by one, we easily found the clawed footprints again and moved forward. The air grew tense. We sensed that we were approaching our target, and our intuition proved correct. Okay.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Listen to me. A dragon, huge, sparkling, flew down to me from the sky and told me a secret. A great relic that will win the kobold's glory is hidden somewhere nearby. Enough of this pitiful existence. Search for it. Search and bring it to me.
Yeah, I knew that Tartusio had cloaked himself in an illusion and turned himself into a kobold temporarily. Their leader speaks in the suspiciously familiar voice of the gnome Tartusio. The voices of the kobolds rise in excitement.
We know the mites under the old sycamore. They possess the magic treasure. Very ancient.
That's one thing I never expected to see in the middle of the forest. A circus show. Learning a new trade, Tartusio.
You! When will I finally be rid of you?
The purple kobold.
Listen to her, tribesmen. This liar comes to play tricks on us. You and you, hold her back. The rest of you, follow me.
Running won't help you!
Okay. We don't have a Bless active. We don't have a Bane active. We don't have a Shield of Faith. This is bad. Cool. Everyone is at least at maximum health for now. Go ahead and rage. Inspire courage. Wait, can we reduce?
Your time is over.
Well, that happened.
The end draws near.
Short swords.
Resting would be nice. Don't you think?
We just rested. Fowl, potatoes, onions. You know what? Fine. We do need to search for food. Okay.
A bottle of wine would be nice. Or maybe two. But no, not on a march. And when we get back to the capital, I'd better just have a mug of beer. Just one. Don't want to make things worse.
Yeah. Successes.
I'll share my path.
Okay, so kobolds aren't that dangerous. At least not in the numbers that we just fought, which was admittedly only 2 of them. Okay, where are we going now? Bitter rival. Archaeological artifacts. I do appreciate that they have them instead of just the individuals talking all the time and potentially interrupting each other. It's a better place to have those talks because you can't really skip them as easily. How have you been, Smams? Keston Garrus, the former captain of Jamandi Aldori's personal guard, nods to you, as though you'd seen each other in Restov only yesterday. He limps noticeably, and his clothes are stained with blood, and looks every bit as grim and focused as when you'd first met. But this time you see a hint of excitement in his eyes.
I have urgent news from Restov. The investigation that I have conducted at Lady Jamandi's orders have proved your innocence. Tartuccio was and still is the Pataxian spy. That dreadful night, it was him who had opened the gate and let the assassins in. It appears that he had planned to gain the barony and Eldori's support, only to later place these lands under the command of his true patron. King Irovetti is no stranger to intrigue, and likes to use others to do his dirty work. Anyway, Lady Jamandi sends her apologies. We almost had Tartuccio cornered when this damned mist fell. First we entirely lost our way, and then stumbled right into a bandit ambush. My people can barely stand, so I would be grateful if you would help us capture this Tartuccio. He must be somewhere nearby. Bring that scum to Oleg's trading post, dead or alive. The Sword Lords will remember this favor.
Interesting. How did Tartuccio manage to fool you?
That sly bastard has caused us no little trouble, that's for sure. When he showed up in Restov and announced he was going to join the expedition, nobody suspected a thing. Yes, a gnome, yes, a sorcerer, but so what? Even after that terrible night, some of my people were willing to bet money on you being the spy.
Yeah, thanks for that.
His overconfidence was his downfall. Tartuccio's henchmen, it seems, imagined they could safely meet with Pataxian spies in the town's seedy underbelly. But Restov is the ancestral home of the Eldori, and Lady Jamandi is respected not only by the aristocracy and the common folk, but also by those on the other side of the law. We received a message from the slums. A good friend, who wished to remain anonymous, suggested the Sword Lords take a closer look at a certain guest from Patax. Jamandi immediately sent for me and ordered me to capture the spy, all very quietly, of course. He told us everything, and not only about Tartuccio. I doubt that Irovetti was pleased to hear of his agent's failure.
A nasty grin crosses Keston's face. What can Pataxian spies hope to find in the stolen lands?
Pataxian spies are much like magpies. They'll grab anything that catches their eye. Information, treasure, artifacts. This time King Irovetti had a chance to seize the entire Stolen Lands region, and at the Eldori's expense. I'll give you some advice for the future. Be wary of the Pataxian king. He's truly a snake of a man.
Garrus is the name of a noble house in Brevoy, isn't it? You're a noble then.
Used to be. It's only a name now, nothing more. The House Garrus are a noble family in Brevoy. They own several mines in the Galushkin Mountains. My father Evan is cousin to Lord Howland Garrus, but he's my father no longer. In any case, I brought shame upon my name and was punished accordingly. The family disowned me. I fled to Restov and took up the life of a simple mercenary, until I received an assignment here in the Stolen Lands.
Care to tell me why you were exiled? You've asked me a favor. I'd say you owe me an explanation.
Fair enough. For a Garrus, the prosperity of the house and the honor of the name stands above all else, and I was betrothed to a widow from another noble house. This union was of great importance to the family. However, 3 months before the wedding, I met a commoner girl, gentle and pure, and we fell in love. I would have rather died than leave my Tanya, so I decided to break off the engagement with my noble bride. I could never have expected what would follow. My father was furious. I'd set a pointless love affair above the interests of the house. He expelled me from the family and ordered to leave our lands under threat of death. And Tanya, her mother was seriously ill, and she stayed behind to care for her rather than follow me into exile. Thus, I was on my own, disgraced, without a name, and without love.
Aw, poor guy.
Don't imagine that I ask for pity. Everyone gets what they deserve.
Well, was the girl at least worth it?
I would never have left her of my own accord.
Well, then I'd say that you did exactly the right thing. I would know more of House Garess and your homeland.
Well then, ask away.
Tell me of the lands you grew up in.
House Garess owns a number of valleys and gorges in the Galushkin Mountains. The landscape makes these places easily defensible, and they're rich in ores and everything else the depths of the earth have to offer. It is a place of rare beauty. When I moved to Restov, I couldn't get used to it for a long time. There was nothing but sky between the roofs. No mountain peaks anywhere in sight.
Tell me of House Garess.
It is an old and renowned family, one of the most influential in Brevoy. A long time ago, the Garess house entered a pact with the dwarven clan of Golka. This proved to be of great benefit to both parties, and they've supplied the ore for our forges ever since. Lord Howland even took the son of the dwarven leader as his ward. Who would have known where this would lead? The same winter that Brevoy lost the Rogarvia dynasty, Howland's only natural son, Bren, went missing in the mountains. Thus, Toval Golka, the Lord's dwarven ward, became heir to House Garess. The lad has it tough, though. Too many believed Howland should have chosen someone of his own blood to be the heir. I would imagine my own father had similar plans for me, but we all know how that went.
All right, let's finish this conversation some other time, Keston.
As you wish.
All right. Let's find Tartusio.
Cowardly traitors, sons of a pike, return the relic. Coward, turn, relic. Silly, silly kobold. Go look your relic, your dungeon. Look under your bed, under table. Ha ha! Silly kobold have no bed and no table. Search your eggs. You lose relic and blame might. Accuse queen. Lies. Chief scale, not silly. And the kobold leader shakes his weapon of insult at the insult. Lies! Chief! Scale! The kobold crier diligently copies the words and gestures to the chief, swinging his weapon. It seems both groups are but a breath away from the battle. Such hubris in such small and simple creatures. But are our own monarchs any better? So warlike. It's like a miniature version of the Taldan Imperial Chronicles. Okay, what's going on here? The little mite jumps in place. Stranger! Stranger! You see, yes? Silly kobold attack might insult us, our magnificent queen. What are mites, anyway? Lies. Might thief. Steal relic from kobold. We revenge. Help us, stranger. Kobolds, tell me more about what happened. Hi, chief. Name's Sootscale. Kobold and might live here long. Live peace. But now my thief. Steal our relic. Thief. Steal. Relic. Echoes the crier enthusiastically. And what is this relic? Relic key. Come on, take relic. Enter sacred hall. How do you know the relic was stolen by the mites? My tricksy. But Chief Sootscale is more tricksy. I call. New shaman come. Shaman Tartuk, who know who stole relic. Tartuk good. Tartuk good. Good. Did you really attack the mites? Revenge! Might coward! Kobold, come! Might run! We come! Take them relic! Go! Let Let they give back our relic. We give back there.
And where is this Shaman Turtuk now?
Shaman was dungeon. Did not enter sacred hall. Might collapse our entrance. Kobold wrath might.
Turtuk is not a real kobold. He deceived you.
Sit scale, not stupid. He no real kobold.
The chief puffs up his chest, rejecting the insult. Alright, mates, I want to ask you a few questions. A small mite bows comically.
Aye, Seneschal Vajic. Here, our magnificent warrior, Queen Bada.
He points at his large companion, adorned with the hide of a wolf.
Queen defeats scary wolf battle. Vanquish 100 enemies. Charm 100 hearts. Queen Bada allow you to speak her. May sit. We understand,
he says generously.
Legs tremble when we see such beauty.
My queen, why did you fight the kobolds? The Mite Queen shakes her head sadly.
We live here long. Kobolds and mites. We live peace. Friends. Trade. Together hunt good shaggy animal. Got it. Sweet. Long ago, Chief Kobold and our king make a good alliance. 2 branch old sycamore we take. Charm and give to each other. This be a relic. Kobold have one. Might have one. Not long ago, Kobold come. Yellow we thief. Take our relic. Silly kobold.
Why do you need the relic?
2 relic. The key. Give entrance to sacred hall. There, under old sycamore. 1 key for kobold. 1 key for mite. Each can go hall. All fair.
Why do the kobolds think the relic was stolen by the mites?
Kobold chief, silly, ugly, old.
Seneschal and the other mites giggle at these words.
He lose last mine. Listen, new Shaman Tartuk. Shaman not so ugly.
Bada smacks her lips in approval.
But angry, tricksy, say wicked mite. I catch him and make him crown from his scale. Pretty crown, purple.
Do you know where this purple-scaled shaman is now?
He prowl dungeon near our house. We see he wants, but not catch. Want find shaman. Look underground.
You should make peace and search for the relic together.
Never!
The chief cries in animal rage.
Death to traitors!
The Mite Queen swings her blade.
We now retreat. Choose who supports stranger or enemy us all.
I think I'm gonna go with the kobolds. They're the wronged party here. I would hear my companion's advice. Why support either? Do you think they'll ever listen to you? Let us battle these little ones, both groups, and be done with it. Chief Sootscale hisses in triumph.
Strangers now guests at my house. Friends!
The Mite Leader snarls angrily.
We not leave! Fighters! Hit stranger! Hit silly kobold!
Who will prevail? Does it matter?
Alright. So, upside. Heal living is going to be really good here. But it's also going to be simultaneously very bad. Actually, I want him to get that over there.
Tear them apart!
Mites look weird. Are they like weird goblin things? They're fays, apparently. There's a sneaky mite, and then there's other mites. Coupled blade veteran. So I'm hoping
They go down!
Indeed you are, jeez. Alright. Harem, bless. I don't know if that actually affected them, but I think it did.
I decree we set up camp.
You decree we set up camp every couple of seconds.
As dust.
Away, you rascal! This is my time to shine.
We've downed better ones.
Stand down.
I don't know what that spell was. It's big.
Strike worth a legend.
We probably should set up
Don't
camp.
frighten me.
Treasure. Yep, just collect all of it. Tetzel worms.
Well,
What troubles you?
Is there trouble?
And Lindsay was called forth.
Esmith, Axis, yes. Esmith, Axis, yes.
Anything is possible.
Esmith, Axis, yes.
Your condolences to all of us for what? You returning?
I don't tolerate threats.
This won't kill
That was a
me.
crit. Ooh, -1 strength. That's not fun. These are poisonous.
You offend me.
I'll survive. I
Ooh,
always
these Tetzel worms are more dangerous than I was hoping. I don't think the Touch of Chaos hit.
Could be worse. And will be. Definitely will be.
Really? We got a 6 out of a Cure Moderate Wounds potion. Random healing is bull crap.
Lie down for a moment.
Yeah, see, that lesser potion just healed me for more.
Serves you right.
There we go. Okay, now we can rest. Those Tetzel worms were a lot rougher than I was expecting.
I'll share my path.
They are neutral. They are tiny dragons. I didn't expect that. I didn't realize that you could do this too. Just take a look at their actual stats. Tetzel worms are thought to be primeval relatives of true dragons, having branched off the line millennia ago and evolved into, in a way that sets them notably apart. Undersized compared to their larger cousins, Tetzel worms are nonetheless ferocious in their own right, and while Tetzel worms are hardly impressive specimens when put beside their notorious relatives, most other reptiles can't compare to them mentally. They understand Draconic, though other languages are beyond most Tetzel worms' limited comprehension. Nevertheless, Tetzel worms are deeply cunning, building complex lairs and rudimentary traps. Tassel worms are quite rare, and only a few particularly curious and lucky adventurers can claim to have seen a living specimen. Reports do agree on some basic features, however. About the size of a full-grown human, tassel worms have only 2 limbs and no wings, and possess a weak poisonous breath, similar to the breath weapons of true dragon relatives. An adult tassel worm is 6 to 8 feet, 8 feet long, including its winding, organless tail, and weighs between 400 to 500 pounds. A tassel worm's scales give the creature limited camouflage, ranging through various shades of green, brown, and gray. Like true dragons, tassel worms are strict carnivores. They spend most of their time hiding, waiting to attack any prey that ventures too near. They consume their food slowly in the dark security and seclusion of their lair. Tassel worms have a remarkable knack for ambush and camouflage. There are inspection DCs, which I assume is part of perception. I can see their actual stats. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think it's using D6s to roll for heal values, which is awful. You want to use D4s, and lots of them. Or D2s.
I see something.
Harem, why on earth did you tag along with us, huh? Why do you care where you sit as you wait for your big ending?
Oh, sometimes I wonder. But I am where Grotus's whisper has brought me. And this place is no worse than any other.
Yay! Hold up. Elsa's on the thing. Elsa, what are you doing? Why are you pressing buttons? How close are we to a level up? I'm gonna drop the shield thing for probably another cure light wounds. Potion preparing. Make it gone. Forget that shit. Protection from law. Yeah, that'll do. Unless this is in some way better. Yep. Nope, that's awful. You are closely surrounded by a barely visible magic field. The field provides a +1 deflection bonus to AC and +1 resistance on saves. We've already discovered that Bane is pretty good. Deers. Cute. These wooden structures are a few centuries old, some even older, but they've withstood the test of time. Really wish that these would stay active for a little bit longer.
Friends, Chief, wait. Mini traps. Follow me.
What lies ahead? The kobold
mine.
The kobold is obviously proud of his knowledge.
Humans make, then leave. Kobolds come back, live, work. Was might passage, no more. Might thief, might ambush attack. We break passage, lose big chest, goods. Can't go deep. Scary. Angry might bug. Wild bug live down there.
Do you know where your shaman Tartuk is?
Don't know. Ask Chief. Chief know all.
Very well.
My search was not in vain.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Oh, frickin' hell. I was really hoping that there was some level of intelligent walking after a trap had been discovered. That is not the case. This is going to be boring.
I'm still here. Each step brings us closer to the end.
Oh, I see. You can walk over them, but I can't. Bring it, bowl.
Everywhere I go, a pole hangs over everything.
Challenge.
Just let
adventures are exciting.
Adventures call to them.
Adventures, adventures. Our journey into the mysterious dungeon brought us by twists and turns into an old mine. A huge hatch in the floor blocks our way. Its panels were half open and squeaked angrily, threatening to plunge careless adventurers into the abyss below. It stretched from wall to wall, making it impossible to simply walk around this deadly trap.
Break.
All breaks bad. We turned around and saw a kobold sitting on the ground beside a broken lever. The kobold was holding his head in his hands, but sensing us, he jumped up.
Stop! You go, you fall. I'll go or fall.
Sorrow, sorrow. He grew woeful and lamenting. He skittered down one of the passages. Then we tried to jam the doors to deactivate the trap. Using equal parts wisdom and dexterity, we jammed the ominous hatch. Now we could proceed without fear. Thus, the darkness in the yawning abyss was roundly defeated. Yeah, take that, darkness in the abyss stuff.
This is my time to shine. Come at me, I dare you.
I don't like surprises.
Alright. We're just gonna go ahead and use our Bane. Never mind, we're gonna lose our Bane. Yeah, it's gonna take an attack of opportunity if he wanders off. There we go.
I'll share my path.
They go down!
Yes, they do. They also go up sometimes.
How cute!
take an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Hmm. We're gonna rest after this. Can I rage as a free action?
Your life ebbs
Your time
low.
is over.
Bring it!
What troubles you?
Giant centipedes. These things are also neutral. Can I do defense against alignment, set it to neutral, and be protected from most animals, I wonder? Huh. Charge, coup de grace, demoralize, persuasion, treat affliction, fight defensively, acrobatics, weapon defense, immune to trip. Immune to trip because of so many legs. Giant centipedes attack nearly any living creatures with their poisonous jaws. These creatures adapt to many environments and feed voraciously on the local fauna, including humanoids. The coloration of the giant centipede mirrors that of normal centipedes and spans the spectrum, ranging from dull hues to bright reds and fiery oranges. Other species of giant centipedes exist as well, some smaller but most quite a bit larger. Lanterns, torches, or the light spell. Interesting. Potion of Shielded Faith. That's actually pretty good. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and rest again, because I rest all over the place, goddammit, and you can't stop me. Okay, never mind. Maybe that's not the best idea.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Lindsay the Magnificent? Lindsay the Illustrious? Something more simple, like Lindsay the Great? Maybe Lindsay the Indecisive.
I'll share my path. No challenge at all. Oh, I failed, didn't I? Easy.
Our rogue is very good at disarming traps, who would have thought? Wait, what is who not attacking me?
This is my time to shine.
Oh, they're dead. That's just dead spiders. Which does remind me, I should take a look at the spider stats as well.
My search was not in vain.
Medium size. Vermin, neutral. Yeah. Defense against alignment, neutral should shield us from most of these. For many adventurers, this is the first monster they ever meet. For quite a lot, it's also their last. These huge, mean, and venomous arachnids spin their nets in the shade of forests, caverns, and ancient ruins, waiting patiently for someone careless or foolish enough to deliver them for their next meal.
The world is full of wonder.
Any last wishes?
Another coin. All right.
Here I am. See.
1 minute per level. That's not great. There we go, topped up. It doesn't heal much, but it heals everyone. Including enemies.
I don't like surprises.
A simple smile goes a long way.
What's for Gorum?
What do we got? 3 spiders, it looks like?
Away, you rascal. Fall, you knave.
Oh, I see. They don't have to worry about traps.
Stand down. You offend me. Your time is over. How cute!
Right? I was thinking that I could get one to step on one of the traps, but no. Hate it when it's...
Oops. Easy.
There we go. There's another spider over there. Or, oh, it's a rat. Never mind. Hey, we got to the couples. Hey, everyone. The painting's made with soot. It seems like they're supposed to portray dragons, but most look like cows with wings. Kobolds seem to be good at curing hides and decorating their caves with them. Oh, there's a dragon shaman. Hello. Can I look at them?
I'll share my path.
These guys are mining, I guess. The kobolds have turned the skull of a dragon-like creature into an object of worship. Bone shaman. How many shamans do you guys need? I thought that most tribes would only have one shaman, and then probably a shaman or 2 in training. What's this? Oh, it's just a golden trinket. Scroll of Vanish. Well, between that, we might actually be able to do actual stealth maneuvers. Apparently not. I was curious about that. Oh, more spiders.
Oh, waste.
More spiders indeed.
I'll share my path.
Okay. Getting pretty good at finding stuff. And fighting spiders, I guess. Trying to find the chieftain. Don't know where he is. Miner's lover. Oh, hey.
How cute!
That looks like a miner's or a quest item.
Running won't help you.
Man, that's a lot of missing that we're doing. God, I hate early game D&D. It sucks so much. Half of combat is misses. Actually, more than half of combat. That's minus a lot of strength. Keep in mind, we have 4 people attacking the same spider right now.
This is where I step in.
All right.
Yes.
You want to treat her? I would like you to treat her.
This spell's purpose is different.
Anything is possible. May I suggest another way to use this spell?
This is my time to shine.
Okay.
The dangers don't frighten me. I don't tolerate threats.
I'm alright.
Lindsay, need that heal now. Thank you.
Yes.
That was a good heal.
This won't kill me.
Man, she's just losing strength like crazy. Hey, Harem?
Alright.
That should help her out a little bit.
I'll
No, never mind.
survive. I always survive.
Can we hit something? I would love to be able to hit anything. Jesus, this spider must be near death.
Could be worse. And will be. Definitely will be.
There we freaking go. Wow.
Come at me, I dare you.
There's another one. Oh, fuck that.
Lie down for a moment. Lost.
I'll survive. I always survive.
What a miserable last chapter.
I'll survive. I always survive.
I don't know what they expected me to do at this point. Because there wasn't shit I could do.
The dangers
This is
don't
kind of where
frighten me.
D&D clashes with a video game. Because I think that in some cases there's knowledge that a player has the ability to save reload, and I wouldn't be able to do that in an actual D&D environment. It's got all the weakness of D&D, basically.
I'll share my path.
Like, all of the problems that I have with normal D&D stuff apply here, and unfortunately they've done absolutely nothing to try and mitigate that. Yeah, pretty much. Like, my favorite role-playing systems have actually been stuff that relies less on the dice and more on the actual role-playing. But it's whatever.
How cute.
As I said, the early game is the worst part, and once we get past the early game, it has a reverse difficulty curve. Because it becomes significantly less random.
I'll share my path.
I always hated early game D&D combat. It sucks so much. It's not just boring, it's also just... I don't know. It's just not interesting.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Where the hell is the leader? Okay. Yeah. Anyone that does just a one-to-one transfer does not really understand that outside of a group environment, D&D has a lot of problems, and it's mitigated by the fact that it's usually in a party of multiplayer or multiple people who are sharing those problems. Which, side note, is also a lot of the reason why a lot of MMOs tend to work.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
And I've actually heard that said from MMO player, yeah, from players of MMOs who are friends of mine. What, that it gets easier the longer you're playing it? I mean, I guess there is something to say for the fact that you're working for something. But it's less that you're working for something and more just that you are hoping to get lucky to live long enough. And with the power of save reload, that is an inevitability. Ages ago, back when I first started doing a lot of games that were very hard for the sake of being hard, and I would play them on like hard difficulty or something, I usually found out that difficulty is actually an illusion and just adds bloat to a lot of games. So removing difficulty doesn't really do that much, unless it's specifically skill-based difficulty. My problem is when you can do the same actions during the course of the same combat and come out with different outcomes. Because that implies that there's no skill involved. Or very little skill involved. My god, there's friggin' poison. Thank you. Oh, now you guys are using webs.
You deserved it.
That was a crit? No, that was just a 20. No.
What troubles you?
Nah, I'll get through this. It's like I say, it's the early game that sucks. Once we're out of that, it'll be fine.
No challenge at all. This is my time to shine.
How long does this web last? Can I alchemist fire it off?
The world is full of wonder.
There we go. What did I just click? Oh, okay, they literally can't do shit because they keep failing their reflex save. The hell is this?
The dangers don't frighten me. I'll share my path.
Oh, hey, Jathel. The hell's she doing here? Can I not talk to her?
Well, just letting the
adventures are exciting.
I guess I can't talk to her. That's interesting.
I need a challenge.
Also, geez. Come on, old man.
How cute!
I will admit, this is making me look more fondly on the Pathfinder combat system. Because Pathfinder is actually, it's based off D&D, but it is highly adjusted to make it so the dice rolling is kept to a minimum. And it's mostly just a lot of math in the background. I don't know if we can get this guy out.
Each step brings
Oh
us
my
closer
God.
to the end.
Do we have any? Nope.
I'm listening.
You're basically seeing it right now and stuff too. I can't move him. He's actually just permanently stuck in here. So I'm just down a character now. He has been constantly failing his trap check because he is rolling 16. I don't think it's possible for him to actually get out. Yeah, because he would have to have a modifier of 2 to even have any chance of getting out. Is there a way where someone can aid? In normal D&D there would be. Like, for instance, I would be able to have Amiri cut the webs away from him after she freed herself. Or that trap would have worked. Or... yeah. I mean, the end awaits you for sure, dude. You're not getting out of here. You literally cannot get out of here. Do you have any... okay, you've got strength damage. You got the web effect. +1 bonus to all saving throws for the day.
Done with waiting.
I have bricked this run right now. Because I cannot get him out of my... I cannot get him out of my character. I cannot leave the dungeon. I cannot rest. He is actually, because he's got such a low dexterity, completely stuck there, and I cannot do anything except reload a save.
Yes, I'm still.
Keep in mind that this is the same trap the spider downstairs uses. What the fuck? How long is eventually? I mean, clearly it just happened, but that was 10 minutes. Again, faithful recreation of the friggin' rule set is not necessarily great when you're trying to do a video game. This is my problem with Neverwinter Nights as well, unfortunately. Well, okay, my eventual problem with Neverwinter Nights was that I didn't actually enjoy playing it, and it kept losing me at chapter 2. Apparently it was alt-tabbed and it stopped time. Yeah, that makes sense. Some games will do that. That's not that unusual. Sycamore Depths, outside. I'm gonna go outside. Yeah, it still took way too long. Like, combat was over. Any effects that were a part of combat should have left if they had a decay that was non-lethal. Like, I could see poisons lasting. Right, hold up. Fuck. I forgot.
A simple smile goes a long way.
Was that it? Was that all the traps? That was all the traps. Fantastic. Fun thing about Pillars of Eternity 2, you very rarely have your characters actually walk onto traps that have been revealed, because they automatically try to path around them. I'm not having a good time. But I still think that this is going to wear off as we level. Now the problem is getting those levels in the first place. All right.
I heard that in a faraway tribe, people entertain themselves by throwing huge logs. Whoever throws it the farthest is the strongest.
Oh yeah, it does.
Logs. What weaklings. The mammoth lords lift mammoths. I used to lift 2 at once.
It does. The problem is that it has the player make sure that they don't step on them afterwards. Or disarm them. Disarming them is fine. Yeah, that's kind of become standard practice in most CRPGs. Pillars of Eternity 1 did that as well. Pillars of Eternity 2 added it as an option. So pretty much all of the modern CRPGs have it. Divinity doesn't, but Divinity's traps are, how shall we say, more noticeable. Divinity doesn't try to hide its shit. Okay, maybe we should rest a bit longer. I just noticed our health bars are not even halfway full. But yeah, this has been so far the roughest entry into a CRPG series so far.
The dangers don't frighten me.
I do expect it to get better because I played D&D before, and generally this is what early game D&D is like. It's really fucking hard for, I'm not going to say no reason, but that's just how the game is built. How do I...
My cape is all worn out. Gotta catch a bear. The big one's hide would fit me just right.
Yeah.
Hey!
Oh!
And then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me!
Oh, we're not fully healed. Okay. But that's okay. We got kobolds on our side. I knew it was a good idea to fight outside. We've already lost 2 members. What the fuck? $18 experience points. DC 24. Okay.
Lost.
Hey, a couple of friends came to the rescue.
This won't kill me.
Oh, it definitely will. I'm very glad that we camped next to the couples right now. This would be an unwinnable fight otherwise.
I'll survive. I always survive.
Come on. There we go. That bandit. Fuck it, I get to loot them all. I'll call that a win-win. Neat. A true ally. Took a bullet for me in the end. Alright, now we're fully healed.
I'll share my path.
Now we are actually fully healed. You can't believe Lindsay 2 is dead. I assume you're talking about my main character? I guess they do both have the same voice actress and the same personality, so... Huh. Alright, we're back to full health. Let's keep wandering around. I'm sure we can find something worth our time down here.
No time
I feel like
for
such a
idling.
Chad right now. Complaining about games. On stream. Just grumping out all the time. God, this would be a great time to have Nuke Grump. By the way, if no one knew about this, I do actually have emotes. even after I took away my my Twitch affiliate status, I kept my emotes through Better Twitch TV. So if you want the emotes, just hook up Better Twitch TV and you get all of them. I've had them for years. You know, I'm actually a little bit surprised that more people don't ask about the whole lack of a subscription button. A couple people have in the past, but usually it's just been like once every 2 months or something like that. What is this exactly?
The dangers don't
Here
frighten
I
me.
am. See.
Spooters.
Well,
They go down!
They go down! Okay, I gotta get something to help guard against poison. Protection from law! I mean, this would help. If she doesn't get hit in the first place, then she doesn't get poisoned. I'm also not really a fan of what they do with the rest system here. It's better than a lot of other games, though. The fact that you can't rest in dungeons is a problem. Or more correctly, that you can't actually get anything out of rests in dungeons. So there's no point.
Oh, I failed, didn't I? Oops.
Just So how is everyone doing in chat? You all enjoying Pathfinder Kingmaker and me whinging about it all the time? Probably not. Also, I love that Lindsay is still trapped, but she's dancing somehow. Okay, that's 2. Now we just have to wait for the entire trap to despawn. Because I'm pretty sure that he can't. Yeah. That was a 20. If he can't get out on a 20, then he can't get out. You'll admit you went into this assuming the Kingmaker was good actually, and you simply weren't sophisticated enough to appreciate it. I really do think that the only problem that Kingmaker has is that it's too faithful to its roots. And honestly, that is my problem with pretty much all D&D Dungeons and Dragons video games. Like, I don't really like most of the BioWare stuff. I wasn't really a fan of Neverwinter Nights. Because they can be as faithful to their roots as they want, they're still not going to replicate the actual feel. I think that, ironically, the best video game that replicates the feel of Dungeons & Dragons does not even use the Dungeons & Dragons format. And that's Divinity Original Sin 2. Because it feels like you can do pretty much the same thing. Which you may note, the makers of Divinity Original Sin 2 are also making the new Baldur's Gate, so maybe I'm on to something there. I also think that it's too early to say if the game is bad. This is a 120-hour game. I played it for probably around 8 hours now. The fact that I'm finding issues early on is not encouraging, but it's also not a deal breaker. So I think that there are definitely some things that you can do to avoid stuff like this that just weren't taken. And then there are other people that just never ended up running into these sort of problems. Although, I'm not quite sure how you don't run into this, considering Harem is one of the starter characters. Like, Harem, you doing okay? Still annoyed about the low heal values. There we go. You barely use Harem, so you wouldn't know? Ah, there you go. I do kind of wish that they would broadcast levels a little bit more. Pillars of Eternity 2 does it. Pillars 1 did not do it, which was a problem. And I whinged about that when that happened. Mostly in Odd Nua. Odd Nua was basically the place where monsters of every single level appeared. For you, it was only really you had the basic CRPG problem that every CRPG has early game. Just that you feel really underpowered. I'd say that others don't have it as badly. Divinity actually has a really good power curve. Fallout? Nah, Fallout also feels like it's really hard to figure out how to kill things. It's completely possible to make actually broken builds in Fallout, like builds that literally can't kill anything early game, and it sucks. The only reason that I still enjoy Fallout is because I know how to make good builds now. Don't do energy weapons as your starting skill and not give any sort of melee. Like, get something high in melee of any kind. Unarmed melee weapons. Grenades will work too, or like throwing weapons will work. But like even guns will work in that. Also something you really liked about Underrail. I do kind of want to play Underrail at some point. That's one of the ones that's on my list. You know, I'd explore, but the only place to explore is blocked off by all this web. So I don't think we're going to explore. The size of the structure makes it obvious they were not built for kobolds. Can he actually do anything? Or is he just webbed? Webs create a many-layered mass of strong, sticky strands. These strands trap those caught on them. The strands are similar to spider webs, but far larger and tougher. Creatures caught within the web become grappled by the sticky fibers. Anyone in the area of... By doing a combat maneuver check, athletics check, or mobility check as a standard action against the DC of this spell. The entire area of the web is considered difficult terrain. Anyone moving through the webs must make a reflex save each round. Creatures that fail lose their movement and become grappled. Yeah, that's...
I'll share my path.
That's all a thing. Okay, so this is all one area. So that's the Spider King, or Queen, or the giant spider over there. Yeah, I've heard that. The game's fucking hard, and it doesn't get any easier. The problem that I have there is that the way that I would have gotten around that limitation was to set the webs on fire, which I might add works in Divinity and in normal D&D, but does not work in this, which is supposed to be a faithful reproduction of Pathfinder. So take that as you will. Amira just got crit for 12. Oh right, these are skeletons. Hold up. No, that was just a normal attack. Okay, we are boned. Oh, boned. It's funny because we're about to all die to skeletons.
I'll survive. I always survive.
Protect me, please. What a miserable last chapter.
This cannot be happening.
I'm glad I saved. We're not going that way.
The dangers don't frighten me.
Serves
I
you
don't
right.
tolerate threats.
Oh, okay. So the permanent strength damage is actually just restored by sleeping. That is not part of the options that I set. So I thought that was part of it, but apparently that's just how you fix it.
You deserved it. I'm letting you out of our story.
Okay, how much strength does this guy have left? 12. Amira also has 12. This isn't really ideal. They're supposed to be the strongest characters in the party. Do I want to go back? I feel like I want to go back. We need to put on some remove poisons or... is it the poisons doing the strength damage? I think it is.
I am. See.
We need protection against poison.
Yes, I'm still here.
Remove fear, remove sickness, maze of dreams, fire belly, inflict light wounds, ray of sickening, protection from alignment, one friendly creature. Bless. What does bless do? Attack rolls and saving throws against fear effects. That's actually not that helpful right now. So we're gonna put protection from alignment in instead. Okay. That bandit that attacked us, by the way, way stronger than anything else in the area. Like, jeez. We've pretty much seen everything in this dungeon at this point. Or at least on this floor. There's still the lower level, which has tougher monsters. And traps. You know what? I feel like this is a good spot to take a break. And actually I say take a break, but what I mean is I feel like this is a good spot to end the stream. So we will rest, see if anything attacks us. Oh, goody. Oh, good. Something attacked us. Phylacines. Actually. Touch of Chaos. These are way better.
How cute! A simple smile goes a long way.
Alright. There's a lot of dead things around. I wonder how many things that you can just kill. How close are we to leveling now? I need those levels, man. I need those levels so bad. Okay. We're going to make an actual save. And I hope everyone has been enjoying this as much as I've been groaning about it.
What you want?
Because we are going to be continuing it tomorrow.
You offend me.
And when we do continue it tomorrow, things will be good. I hope. Also, I just realized. Did I just drink my mutagen? I think I just did drink my mutagen. Apparently I've been drinking that all the friggin' time, and that's not good. Okay, anyway. Yes, let me wrap up. Alright, so thank you to my Patreon supporters, especially 10 Ace Gains, Zebgrin, Slime Hunter, Walks with Gorillas, my dad, Kremlin Kev, Desalona, Miss Mango Plays, NBFF, Alpha Mango, and Co-Woke. I'm going to be trying to do a short recap video tomorrow to cover everything that happened during this stream, so if you weren't around for the entire thing, look out for that. I'm actually really curious to see what people think of the recap videos, and if they seem to be helpful, I'm probably just going to keep making them. Anyway, I will see you guys all at a later date, and until next time, have a safe trip through the Dark Forest. Let me find someone to raid. That is definitely not accurate. Twitch, show me who's actually online. That's better. Let's go ahead and raid Astronaut. He's doing Death's Door, and it looks like he's drawing a terrible Lugia. I think it's a Lugia. He draws Pokemon. You guys should all go give Astronaut a hello and just tell him that he's good peoples. He needs it. Alright. Laters, everyone.